Hey everyone, welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us again. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect, and today I am joined by some very familiar faces that I wish I got to hang out with a little more. Do you mind introducing yourselves?
We're here now.
We are.
I'm Jasmine Kyles. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, and I work with partners. And we are also joined by.
Jillian Ford, I'm a startup solutions architect here at AWS. So many amazing things we've got today, what we just heard in the keynote. I mean, at least one thing for me, so I don't know about you all, but I've never been really good at coding, and I think the amount of just like, between App Studio, Q apps, now we're like, if you're like low code or you're just like really bad at coding like me, you can actually be productive.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that.
All of
It's
the
like,
productivity
finally.
enhancements.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that because that's kind of what got my attention too. Like taking what was built and using it to do things better, and that iterative approach and being able to take out the localized knowledge and throw it into something and continue to build and learn. That's something that through the duration of the keynote, my phone was going off, Slack was going off with partners, getting excited, saying, hey, maybe we could use this to go and explore. And exactly what you just mentioned, Jillian, where customers that are not accustomed to coding or have no idea how to go help themselves can start to help themselves and meet the partner wherever they are and say, hey, look, here's what we've done. We just need you to help us do it bigger, better, faster.
Yep.
And then ultimately get them to production a whole heck of a lot quicker.
Yeah, I like it. And we're getting our what's new announcements out as the keynote is happening. I was very excited to see that we hit 10,000 entries on that what's new page.
Whoa,
so I got
wow.
a little screenshot of it. So if you go to the what's new, hopefully they
Okay.
drop it in the chat. It's 10,000, but you see all the ones that just dropped today. Guardrails for Amazon Bedrock can now detect hallucinations. That's really cool to see inside
Yes.
of Bedrock.
And
It's-
so important.
Yeah.
I mean, just making sure that's accurate. So that's really exciting.
Yeah, it takes a huge burden off of anybody that's consuming it because it's like that old triangle where you can get something good, something fast, and something cheap.
Right.
Well, you don't have to necessarily over-index on hallucination protection. Just having that built in
Yes.
helps you ensure that you have the best result and the best accuracy as possible without having to worry about that.
Yep, exactly. And then, like Jillian was said, helping you code.
Yes, finally.
So excited. So agents for Amazon Bedrock now support code interpretation. That's a
Oh.
preview. So even if you write something, you might get a little help to see.
I need a lot of help. I don't know.
I'm right there with you. I'm the world's worst Perl, Python, and I don't even remember the last time I actually coded something meaningful. But to be able to go back and have that refresher and have that help and hand along the way, it's going to go a long way for our
Yeah.
users.
I agree. Lots of other fun things in here as well. Q Developer is now available in SageMaker Studio.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super exciting. Just being able to be more productive. I know so many people just want to be able to help understand, hey, I don't understand, how do I debug this?
Yeah.
Yep.
So really
Yeah.
great.
I spent a lot of time helping folks figure out what happened in their SageMaker workflow and having to be able to leverage this tool. I think it's going to be
Yes.
pretty impactful.
Yeah. I'm excited. Well, you know what we have coming up in the rest of the show? We are bringing on some of these service teams.
Yes! I can't wait!
So all of the things that you just got to see in the keynote, stay tuned. We are coming back here with more of the teams. But next up, we have one of my favorites, AWS Game Day. So I'm going to get rid of these two and bring on some more fun friends, and we'll see you right back here in just a moment. Hello, welcome back to AWS On Air. We are live in New York City from this summit, the AWS Summit.
Yeah, we are.
So, yeah, we are. So this is the probably the funnest part of the day.
Wow.
Oh.
Not just because it is game day in the title,
Okay.
which insinuates that we're going to play some games,
I
but
hope so.
we've got my favorite person, Mike, here.
Hey, I'm the favorite person. That's awesome. I mean, AM, not nothing, but like I feel privileged and honored to be a favorite person.
Yes. I was just testing that out to see how AM would react.
I'm
My
crushed.
other favorite person,
Other,
AM here.
other. I said- isn't the other
you know, I'm trying
favorite?
to be inclusive
There's
of the
diplomatic.
favoritism. Can you be inclusive of favoritism? I don't know. Let's find out.
Let's.
It depends on how many points I'm able to earn today, because sometimes we're not able to earn any points.
That's true, especially when
so-
Gunnar Grosch is here.
Oh.
Shout out Gunnar Grosch.
Yeah, we love you, Gunnar.
Hi, Gunnar.
All right, I'm Jasmine. This is AM.
Hi, I'm AM. I'm a developer advocate here at AWS, and I work on the game day team. So today we're going to be playing a game day
Yep.
with Jasmine and with Mike. Mike, you want to introduce yourself to the audience?
Sure, I'm Mike Fiedler. I'm an AWS hero, and I work on the Python package index for the Python Software Foundation.
Very nice.
Nice. So a hero means you run around at these events with a cape?
Some do like capes. I'm not a fan of capes. I've watched The Incredibles, and capes are dangerous. But we do kind of run around and talk to lots of people about their journeys on AWS and kind of see where they're at and inject our own life experience and ideas and kind of help them navigate. And the flip side is we also engage with a lot of the AWS service teams and bring a lot of that feedback home.
Awesome. So fully qualified to be here and give AM feedback about this game day.
I certainly hope so.
All right.
All right, so let me kick things off here a little bit with game day. First off, we are live with all of you in chat, and we're going to need help, please. This is me reaching out to you, like literally reaching out. Please help in chat, because we're going to have a series of challenges
Yep.
that we must overcome as a team.
Okay.
We're now a team. Welcome to the team. Jasmine's the leader of the team.
What?
Yeah, that's just how it is.
Okay, fine.
You named your favorite people,
Okay.
so
I'm sorry.
that's real leadership initiative, I think. The other thing I need
He's
help with.
upset.
He's hurt, and it's coming through. I
I'm
get
crushed. I'm crushed, really. The other thing I need help with, okay, and this can come from you two as well, but I would also like to hear from chat. I've made a list of the correct best 3 things about New York City.
Oh.
Okay, the best 3 things, and one of those things is what our quest is about today.
Okay.
So there are right answers
Okay.
to the 3 best things in New York City.
All right.
And you say this is correct. How well researched and kind of peer reviewed is this correctness?
I would rather not comment on that at this time. Our study is still out for research verification. Is that help,
I think
Mike?
that's sufficiently dodging the question.
Perfect.
Yes.
Great. Wonderful.
Speaking of chat, Mike, you're getting big shouts out. Farah is here.
Oh, Farah.
Hey, Farah. It's good to see you in chat. Thanks for watching.
Farah played the game day with me at the New York Summit last year. And we
Nice.
did it was a NYC tour.
Ooh.
Okay. So shall I just give you the list of 3 things, but you can think of your own. We can
I was
share
thinking
those.
Philly cheesesteaks, but
That's a bold choice
okay.
for New York.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike, you have one?
I mean, I would say our pizza is the best.
Okay.
And I know that that's contentious. A lot of places claim to have the best pizza. But again, New York wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're all wrong. It's fine. Number 1, okay, and these are not ranked. These are in any order.
Oh,
These are just top 3 things. Number 1, the number of Broadway actors appearing in Law and Order episodes.
Oh wow.
Okay.
There is a lot of crossover.
New
there,
York
yep.
has that on lock. Nobody does it better than New York.
Okay.
Okay. Number
All
2.
right.
All right. Number 2, atmospheric steam.
Oh.
Not utilitarian steam. Mind you.
Atmospherics.
Steam that creates a vibe.
Okay.
because there's a lot of steam in this city.
There is.
Lots.
Right.
Yes.
You got these like pipes coming up
Yep.
out of the ground that spews, and that creates
Nitrogen
this,
steam. Yep.
this amazing atmosphere. And I think you pipe it in. I don't think it's legit. I don't
it's
think
not
it's
just
natural.
like coming from the core of the Earth. No, it's not. It's not geothermal heating that you would get in Iceland. No, this is nitrogen-based steam. I think they use it to clear a lot of like electric pipes from moisture.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And we can bring up my screen as I talk about this. The third thing that you all do in New York City better than anyone, romantic comedies.
Yes.
Oh.
A rom-com set
Yes.
in New York is
That's a good
different
one.
than any other rom-com. And that's what we're doing today.
Okay.
We're going to be playing trivia, actually.
Okay.
Okay.
And this is all
A
about
trivia.
rom-com trivia,
Yes.
specifically New York City-based rom-coms.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So let's. I'm starting the quest. Fingers crossed that it works, because I built it.
Okay.
So that means
Oh.
it's not good.
Well, it
All
means
right.
it's something.
Hey, here we go. It's something.
Oh, I love
hey.
this narrative. So each game day starts with a narrative.
That's right. There's a story behind each game day, and usually the story is centered around this Unicorn Rentals narrative, where you're working for a startup now
Okay.
called Unicorn Rentals. They rent out unicorn rides.
Yep.
All right. So they do ride sharing, but for legendary animals.
Okay.
You join the team. Everyone is on vacation.
So it's all up to you now.
That's
All
right.
right.
Never been in that
Okay.
scenario.
Never been airdropped into any kind of complex technical scenario and had to scratch my head and go, what the heck is going on?
So our story today is a little different. I did put in a unicorn rental, kind of lore in here a little bit.
Yep.
But, what's the number one rule, Jasmine, of game day?
Have fun.
Agreed.
Use your teammates.
That's a good rule too.
Okay.
Everyone's a winner.
No.
No, good.
That's
okay.
not true.
No participation trophies in Jasmine's world.
No.
If you're not first, you're last.
All
Yeah.
right.
in
Okay.
game
Okay.
day.
All right.
No, the number one, and I've never followed this myself.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
very curious to see how it works. Read
Ah,
everything.
yes.
Read
well, you also
everything.
kind of
Okay.
skipped that first blurb that introduced and welcomed. There we go. Hey, yeah, sight unseen. Yeah,
Sight unseen. Did you get that from a certain reality television show?
Did I?
Yeah.
What's
I
it
don't know.
from?
It sounds like some of those dating shows where people get married sight unseen.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So now we just became best friends sight unseen.
Sight
You know,
unseen?
like
Or best fiends.
Well, I do appreciate
Oh.
that you promised that it might be
it
fun.
might be.
Yeah.
It might be.
I'm not
Might be.
over-promising you.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Let's see.
All right.
dearly beloved. Okay.
Yes, this is. So, what? Anybody get this reference, by the way?
The didn't use unicorn and missed their ride to.
No, sorry.
Germany?
The first. Dearly beloved, we're
We're
gathered
ga-
here today to get through this
marriage.
thing called
Twivia.
trivia.
I don't know if we can
Close.
say his name without the estate coming after us, but I get it. It's very purple.
It is very purple. Maybe there's going to be some rain later. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That
Yeah.
helped me.
There we go. I don't know if
Orient.
that counts as a rom-com or not, but
Yeah.
It's close enough.
all right. So the trivia host did not use Unicorn Rentals, and
They're not here.
They missed their ride to Javits. So instead, I've got this trivia file with thousands of lines of questions. I have the file. All right. And 3 of the questions were marked as the actual questions that we'll be answering today. Okay. But we need to investigate this file quickly, because I said it has thousands of lines. We don't have time to go through each line.
No.
I mean, we do have 19 minutes. We could do that, I guess.
That's a lot of lines. Thousands of lines.
All right. So we need to investigate this file somehow. Maybe ask questions about this document to something is maybe what I'm thinking. To give you a hint on the AWS service, if we had the budget, which we don't, I might have included a strange part of the B-52's history. B-52's a band.
Okay.
Or I might have included the Weird Al parody song for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay.
Both of these, obviously, these hints are very useful to you two, yeah?
I'm drawing a couple blanks.
Okay.
Yeah. But we'll see where this goes. I'm sure it will be made apparent later.
Yep.
Sure.
I hope.
There's a second part to this as well, and I'm suggesting getting things rocking and rolling on creating a base for all your knowledge. Maybe stated another way, a knowledge
A base.
base.
Yeah.
Bedrock?
Bedrock. Maybe.
Potential.
Party rock.
Potential. While you establish your base, maybe there's some other features that can help you with these immediate trivia questions. Okay. So it's just 3 questions, but we have to figure out what the questions are.
Okay. It said ask AM for the file.
That's right. I have the file here.
Okay.
As I said, it has, what do we got? Questions.txt should be in here. Yep, it's right here. Okay, I said it has thousands of lines, right?
Okay.
So we
I mean,
don't.
it's 56K. That's a lot of lines.
Yeah, we don't want to go in there. I kind of already have something that you all suggested open.
Okay.
Bedrock. Okay.
All right, so we do have limited time.
We're going to create a knowledge
But we're
base.
going to use a knowledge base from
Yes.
the builder's tools in Bedrock.
So, anybody want to tell the audience a little bit about knowledge bases? Anything you know about them?
Well, I think generally speaking, they're a good tool that many companies try to build out of all of the knowledge, all of the information that they've collected over sometimes decades to make available for either internal or external users. And navigating that can sometimes be very complicated because there's lots of knowledge. Sometimes the words you use in your search aren't the exact terms that you've been looking for. So knowing that there's this lines of questions, we don't know exactly what we're looking for, but we've been given a couple hints. So I think that the using a knowledge base with an appropriate kind of search model will help us get closer to the answer.
Yep.
Okay, I love it. And this tells a little bit too of how it works, right?
Okay.
There's also this feature here called Chat with your document, which we have a document,
Yep.
so we might want to investigate that.
Okay.
But I know creating this knowledge base can take a little bit of time. So let's kick that off first.
Sure
That's
thing.
my suggestion. What do you want to name it? The hardest part of computer science.
Unicorn Rentals NYC Trivia 2024.
So practical.
V1.
Testing my typing abilities.
V1.
V1. Okay, cool.
Underscore final.
How about a couple? Underscore final.
Final.
Okay. I actually have an existing role that we can use.
So if you were doing this from scratch, you want to go through and read every single bit of like what the different, why you would want to create an IAM role or use your own. The links to the documentation should be very helpful in this regard.
Yes, and my particular style of game day play is,
Don't read it all.
Don't
Just
read
click
it.
and
Just
go.
it's like you two know me. It's so beautiful. We need a S3 data source. We got a bunch of data sources here that we can test out. Let's see.
So no tags because AM doesn't care about tagging.
I deeply care about tagging, but just not for
not
my
today.
stuff.
Not today.
Okay, data source name. Unicorn
Unicorn Rentals.
Rentals Trivia data source.
Sure.
Okay.
Perfect. V1.
All right, you two. We haven't stored anything in S3. I have the file on my computer. Shall we open S3?
Yeah, we need to
Yep.
get that file into S3 and then have it as a location that the Bedrock knowledge base can kind of read.
Okay. I got a bunch of buckets here. We can just use one of them if you want.
Do you have anything named Trivia?
I don't. I've got
Let's
a
use
Steve.
Steve's bucket.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Steve
it's
has
already in
questions, so let's get rid of that.
there. I might have been testing things out, maybe.
Oh.
All right. Look at me.
You're
go.
seeing a little bit of behind the scenes action live on Twitch.
All right. Let's see. I've got my questions.txt. Just drag and drop. Upload.
All right.
Yay.
Succeeded. So let's come back to Bedrock. Browse S3. We call it was Steve.
Steve.
And
There's our object.
That's looks like right now.
That is
Yeah.
now.
You tell I live in a central time zone.
Yep,
can't
you're
you?
1 hour off.
I sure am.
Yeah.
Okay, now we pick an embeddings model. What does that mean? I don't know.
Well, I mean, embeddings are a way to tokenize all of the content and then turn those into vectors and then store those.
Look at that.
I'm waffling a little bit here.
We got a vector database too. So this
Okay.
is probably like going to automatically take the text from a file and create it into the format that is needed, right?
Let's pick the first one. It's V2 of Titan. It's the number one listed. Why not?
Does
Sure.
it tell us which one to use? Do you have a vision for us, AM?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm actually struggling right now with the mouse.
Uh-oh.
Let's
Vicky
see.
Mouse is back?
Vicky Mouse. Yeah. Let me see if I can unplug and then replug, and perhaps things will.
Okay, you gotta shake it a little bit.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. All right, let's see.
And
Okay. There.
hey, it worked.
I can
Okay.
select it. We're just going to let it create the vector database for us.
We don't need redundancy.
Failed
to
to
fetch.
It's wonderful. That's exactly what I wanted. You know what? Let's just
do it anyways, huh?
Yeah, let's just click and see what happens. Hey, okay.
All
cool.
right.
May
So
take
the
several
vector
minutes.
database is
Yeah.
spinning up an ancillary service of OpenSearch serverless.
Yeah.
Which, if you haven't checked out OpenSearch, it's a document model based on the Lucene search engine. Can get through a lot of large data. We're using kind of small data, so it might be overkill for this example.
Yes.
But with a real company's knowledge base, you're going to have a lot more documents and a lot more data at hand than what we're experimenting with today.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what was great too is we saw earlier, but we kind of scrolled past because we just went with them creating it for us. You can set up your own vector store too, right?
Right.
So connect your own vector. But while that goes, I wanted to look into this chat with your document thing. So let's get some real estate here. Okay. Select a model. I'm a big Claude fan.
Okay.
You wanna? I mean, it's the only
Always.
one.
It's the only one available in this example, so
Yeah.
let's use
Yeah.
that one. Let's use what we have.
And look at
Uh,
this. I can actually choose the document,
Yep.
Okay.
and it supports TXT, which we have questions.txt. Yeah,
You could also use S3 and fetch it from that bucket. From
that's
the same
true.
Thing.
That's true.
Yep. But this is a more like, don't set up a whole knowledge base. This is just chat with the document. Kind of try it out.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
also we just need to get the questions.
Yep, ask it what are the questions.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. You want to do all the questions
Yeah.
at once
Let's see.
for the game day trivia quest? And I'll be honest with you two. The model here has been a little extra helpful.
Oh.
With the
And-
answers as well.
It gives the answers immediately.
Oh,
so
no.
what I'm going to do here.
Don't give us the answers. That-
Yes.
So that could be a guardrail, like you're adding in the prompt a guardrail, but you'll see on the left side there's the guardrails where you
Yes.
could create those kinds of built-in prompts, so that way the chat person doesn't have to reiterate that every single time.
Right.
Right.
And we may actually be making a guardrail later.
Oh. Does the yelling with the exclamation point help? Like if you just put a period, would it softly give the answers?
You know what's really funny to me? This is just my own neuroses,
Okay.
which span multitudes.
Okay.
I sometimes put please and thank you.
Yeah.
I use please and thank you when chatting with AI as well, because that's what I would do with a person. So why not do that with a machine?
Yeah. Oh, we got the. It's zoomed in a little too much. Okay, we got the questions. All right. So
All
number
right.
one, in Moonstruck, one of my favorites, Cher, starring Cher. Is anyone better than Cher?
No.
No.
No, Cher Sarkeesian, one of the greatest, starring alongside my personal favorite actor, Nicolas Cage,
Okay.
or Nicolas Coppola. as I like
Coppola,
to call him.
right.
What two things did Nicolas Cage's character lose? This is a very famous scene in that movie
In Moonstruck.
when Cher meets Ronnie for the first time. He goes on a monologue about why he and Johnny, his brother, have had a falling out.
And he names the two things that he loses in that monologue.
That's right.
I
Okay.
don't remember the monologue.
I mean, we can ask.
Well, now
Claude.
we have the question, but like now that we have that question,
Mhm.
can we put that in game day and see if that was one of the questions we were supposed to submit?
Sorry. let me be clear.
Oh, what
What
is
is
the
the
answer?
Answer.
So now, we've only gotten half of the equation.
What is the answer?
And we've also asked it to not tell us the answer, so that's
Yeah.
fair.
We did that, yeah.
Okay.
I did that, technically,
Mhm,
because I
yep.
didn't want you two to get the answers. I know the answers.
Okay. And then in question 2,
Yeah, maybe we can move on to the next one.
When Harry Met Sally,
Another
from
one of
what
my
musical is the song that Harry sings with Sally on the karaoke machine before running into his ex? This is a really deep cut question.
I'm a big When Harry Met Sally stan.
Because there's so many memorable moments from that movie, but
Yep.
I can't for the life of me think of what song.
Which
Sally,
one it is.
please report to me. Report to me, Sally. They're in the whatever that like tech store, you know, like it's not Brookstone, but it's one of the other ones, you know. And
Can we
there's-
name it? Are we avoiding naming it?
No, I just
Oh,
can't remember.
Sharper Image?
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like
Oh,
that.
that one.
And they're trying all the cool tech stuff.
Yeah.
And they find the karaoke machine. You remember this part?
I remember the situation. I can't name the song.
They say chicks and geese and ducks better scurry.
Oh, I know the it's-
When I take you out in my Surrey.
Oh.
I'm feeling like a trivia
right.
failure here.
Okay, next question.
Oh,
Let's do
no.
the next one. I think you'll get the third one.
Okay.
While this movie has a different city than New York City in the title,
Okay.
the plot surrounds a meeting at the top of the Empire State Building on Valentine's Day. What city is in the title?
Oh my gosh.
That's not Sleepless in Seattle.
It is.
What?
It
I'm like,
is.
no way.
Trust yourself.
I'm like, no. I'm like,
I've
that
seen
can't be
that one.
right.
I've seen that one.
Yeah.
I've not
Hanks,
seen-
Ryan.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Gorgeous
okay, so
movie.
we have
So,
Sleepless in Seattle.
oh, thank you, Google Chrome, for filling
Seattle.
in Seattle for me. Okay, shall we submit?
Points.
Okay.
Let's try it.
It may take a minute. All right.
It sure does. So maybe you two can think about.
I really want to like just Google the answer, like
Yeah.
look up the answer. But I feel like we could also ask the document right here what the
Yeah.
answer. What is the answer for number 1?
What
Okay.
if we went to the source details? Would it show us the answer there?
Probably.
Oh.
No. No, it's
No.
all the
Okay.
questions.
Yeah.
So let's just ask, what is the answer for question 1 in the Game Day Trivia Quest? All right. It's still using that
Trivia.
questions.txt.
Okay.
It'll generate the response. Let's see. There you
His
go.
hands and his
Hand
bride.
and his bride.
I lost my hand. I lost my bride. Johnny has his hand. Johnny has his bride.
So I feel like there's a missed opportunity for like classic movie reenactment on game day. So we
Right?
should just do more of that
You get more
instead
points
of
for
this.
that.
The
this
impressions.
stuff, right?
The
impressions are impeccable.
Yeah. Oh, look, we got points.
Hey,
T.
Okay.
Hanks for
T.
playing.
Hanks. Oh, T. Hanks, baby.
I gave you a little bonus trivia here. While the first Die Hard film is arguably a Christmas movie, it's definitely not a rom-com, nor is it set in New York City.
Oh.
No, the Die Hard 3 is set in New York
That's
City.
right.
Yeah.
Die Hard 1, L.A.
Is L.A.,
All right, so
which
we
is
got
decidedly not New York City.
Hand and Bride.
Hand and
Great.
bride. And then let's go ask the document for the second question
Okay.
answer.
Got about 4 minutes left.
Because I can't. I know that refrain, and I can even imagine Billy Crystal singing it. I just can't remember the name of this song.
What is the answer for question 2?
Let's see if I left off the Game Day Trivia Quest part. Let's see if the model.
Let's see how your prompt engineering is going to work out for you.
Oh, here we go.
Look at that. The Surrey with the French
From
on
Oklahoma.
top from Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Wow.
All right.
Uh,
Wow.
Has everyone
and
seen
Chrome
this
is
play?
prompting you that too.
Uh,
I've seen Oklahoma. I saw a kind of like a reinterpretation of it, so
Yeah.
it wasn't as like the purism.
Okay.
It was fun. It was at the Circle in the Square Theater here in the city.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ansi, look, I'll show you. We're actually racking up some points
Hey.
here. We made a
Wow,
knowledge
we made a
base.
knowledge base.
We got the trivia questions right.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. And there we go. There's the hint that I tried to give you all. And did you know the musical Oklahoma is based on a real U.S. state with the same name?
Yes,
So
we
Oklahoma's not imaginary.
No, it's not.
Thank you
And,
for clarifying that.
fun fact, Nicolas Cage is the actor of our time.
So are you emphasizing actor or the?
There's no superlative in there,
No.
so I'll let you decide.
Okay.
All right, what's next?
All right. So I don't know if we'll get to...
Chaz is like, I'm done with this.
I
Let's-
need more points.
Yes.
I got to redeem myself from the last two.
Well, we are trapped
episodes.
on stage with AM. He's going to use this time to make you to get him know a little bit better. That's how he makes friends. He's an adult man and found it hard to connect with people later in life. Oh, this is a cry for help, isn't it?
Nah, move past it.
Cool. So we made a knowledge base, and now we're adding a guardrail for being such a closed book. We can come up with a way to protect his sensitive data.
Yeah. So look, my favorite topic, myself, obviously.
Sure.
If you were
Do
me,
you
wouldn't that be
know
your favorite
AM?
topic? So in this questions.txt file, there are actually some trivia bits about me.
Oh.
So I'm
Oh.
forcing you two to get to know me
One
a little bit better.
expected, one
Okay.
unexpected. Do we know AM? I guess the question I would ask the knowledge base is what are some salient personal topics of AM?
Okay, let's
I'm probably not phrasing that well.
What do you know about AM?
what? How about what can you tell me about AM Grobelny? Is that how you say it?
Grobelny?
Grobelny. That's right.
I say I can say nothing.
So, like, maybe that's a question, how do you pronounce? I don't know if the answers would have that, but
Sorry, I'm unable to assist you with this.
Ah, okay. Well,
Wow.
that's fine. We'll use our knowledge base. We created the knowledge base.
okay.
Let's see if
Claude Sonnet.
let's see if that will give us some answers. What can you tell me about AM Grobelny? So we may not get to create our guardrail, but this is going to give some sensitive information about me.
Social
Uh-oh.
security number coming up. Oh,
Oh,
I could not find anything. Wow. My guess is that we need to go to guardrails and turn it off. No, I'm
yeah.
just kidding.
Uh,
And get right to the point.
yeah, I don't know actually. I will just share quickly because they're fun. Some facts about me. What should have come up, which we could.
Questions.
We've got my favorite thing to do is never leave my house.
Oh.
Oh, I like it.
My social security number is 123456789.
That's the combination on my luggage.
That's great. My favorite book is the phone book. And so
I like that one.
if we had more time, we could debug and
Yeah.
keep going.
And set
in.
a guardrail to prevent some of these things coming out,
That's
like a
right.
social security number.
That's right. So maybe you should tune in to our longer format show, Step Up Your Game Day, the first Thursday of the month.
First
I'll
Thursdays.
be there.
All right, we got to run though.
Yep, we got to run. And while you're waiting for us to come back, complete that survey because we've got some AWS credits for you. Mike, AM, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you both.
Audience, we'll see you back here soon.
welcome back to our live coverage here at the AWS New York City Summit. I'm Am Grabelny, one of your hosts for the day, joined by my BFF, for the moment at least.
You wore the hat for me, didn't you?
I did.
All
How'd you
right.
know?
Just a wild
Adrian?
guess. Hey, everyone. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect. Joined my partner in crime, the individual that is responsible for me being here for the most part. And I understand we're going to be talking about some pretty interesting things with Nupur. Nupur, would you mind introducing yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Nupur. I'm the Senior Product Manager for Amazon Q Apps, and I'm excited to be here with you.
So, productivity. Some of us can achieve it. Some of us struggle with it, maybe. I won't name names.
You didn't
So,
name it.
when we're thinking of Amazon Q Apps, and we're thinking about productivity, right? We've all experienced repetition in our jobs, right? Is that at the heart of what Amazon Q Apps is really trying to set out and solve for us?
Absolutely. This is for everybody. I want to just lay it out there. It's not, you don't need technical skills. You don't need to be a programmer for this. This is meant for all business users. It's meant to help you create these lightweight but secure enterprise-ready applications that help you do the work that you do every day. So this is for any business process. So you're a sales manager, a marketing associate, you do repetitive work. You create sales pitches, you create marketing blog posts. How can you use your enterprise data to do this work faster, better, more efficiently? So we can give back time for that lunch we just rushed you from, Adrian.
Hey, I don't eat much of anything anyway, but you actually bring up a really good point because many of our peers in technology lately, they're having to burn the extra midnight oil on that repetition. Like, oh, I got to go stage this, I got a demo to run, I got to do this workshop, and it gets very difficult to get that time back because we feel the need to be over-indexing on owning everything and having our fingers on it. But it definitely sounds like Q Apps is going to make that a lot easier for us.
It is. I think at the heart of this, as Am was saying, right, it's about productivity, but it's productivity that you can own. You are empowered to do it. I'm not waiting for somebody on my IT team to put me on their backlog, and when I'm prioritized, I can, get this tool made for, my productivity improvement. This is available for me. It is connected to my enterprise knowledge, so it's, getting me the answers and grounded in that data. Better than talking about it, let me just show it to you.
Yeah,
Could we
yeah,
just
would love to.
bring it up the demo?
Let's tempt those live demo gods. Let's do it.
I know, we're always tempting. Okay.
All right, we should be able to see your screen.
Alrighty. See, they're already acting up. I'm telling you.
That's right.
Can't trust them. Can't take them anywhere.
That's right.
Don't tempt them.
So as they're getting your screen pulled up, maybe we could talk about, and maybe this is what you'll discuss in your demo, but from me discovering that Amazon Q Apps exists to solving a problem with it,
Yeah.
are we gonna see the full workflow?
I'm going to get into how you will actually use it in your day-to-day lives.
Okay.
I'll skip the setup part. The setup is part of Amazon Q Business.
Okay.
We announced Amazon Q Business at reInvent last year. It was generally available in April, and it's been around for a few months. A lot of customers are loving what they can do with Amazon Q Business. So Q Apps is offered currently as a feature of Amazon Q Business, and it inherits all the good stuff that you get with Q Business.
Okay.
So you're connecting it to your data sources with 40 plus connectors available. That's available to Q Apps by default. You have guardrails that are set up. You have user access permissions that Q Business respects. Amazon Q Apps gets all of that goodness by default.
Wow.
Okay. I think we got your screen up now too, so we can
Okay, perfect.
see it in action.
Yeah.
So this is the Q Business web app. Many of us viewers would be familiar with it. It looks like this interface. Let me start by talking to it about, I'm a sales assistant. I'm doing some work. I'm saying, okay, what are the guidelines to pitch and any company product? So I've very creatively come up with the name of a company. It's any company. And Q, in its fashion, is responding, right? It's getting the data, and you can see these references, a citation. It's grounded it, in data I'd already given it. Now I'm going to say, can you just create a sales pitch for a specific product? Say any coffee. Again, a very creative name. Now, as a sales manager, I'm doing this repeatedly, right? I'm doing it like multiple times a day for different customers, for different products. Do I want to have this back and forth conversation each time? Probably not. And here, I can just, at the click of a button, encapsulate and transform this entire conversation into an app. So what this is doing, and like you're saying, we're attempting demo God, so it's running a little slower, but it just takes a matter of seconds to take this entire conversation and convert it into an app that you can reuse again, fill in any product in your portfolio, fill in, get the details, and I can share it. So right now what we're looking at is...
Do you mind, real quick, sorry, can you maybe Control Plus, make the font size a little bit bigger?
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Great,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
Okay, so here, the conversation I just had with Q has been encapsulated into this, problem statement of sorts that I'll use to generate the app. So it's saying, I want to build an app that takes a product name as an input, so it's generalized it. It's not saying it's going to be any coffee all the time. And it creates, a sales pitch that uses my brand guidelines and best practices that is known to the system. That's its cue to say, data that is already connected to Q. Use that. So I'm going to go hit generate, and this is what's going to give me an app. For our viewers who are familiar with Party Rock, this is going to, ring some bells here.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
this seems very. We met with the Party Rock team earlier today.
Yes.
It feels familiar.
It does. So we've added some other capabilities to it, but I think it started with Party Rock, and our enterprise customers said, hey, you need to make this work for us. And like all work back approaches that we take from the customer, this was born where we ground it in an enterprise data. We give you all the security measures. And of course, we've added some bells and whistles where you can take a conversation and translate it into an app. So let's get to this. We have, my what we call cards here in a Q app context, an input card, a text output card, which is a sales pitch. I can enter here a product name, and it'll generate the sales pitch. I want to quickly get into what this looks like in the config panel here. If I edit the card, you'll see it's generated that prompt for me. I didn't have to write it. The QApp app creator went ahead and generated. If I had multiple input cards, it would actually do those at references in the prompt itself, create those dependencies, run those dependencies. And I didn't have to do any of it. I just described it in like plain English. Another thing I want to get everybody's attention to is, this is something we launched just today as part of the keynote, we announced it, is this approved sources capability. So far, all your questions to Q were going to the entire index, that entire repository.
Right.
Now, I want to use, for my sales pitch, only the guidelines that are relevant for the US market. I don't want to use the guidelines that are for EU because they're different. I can focus my responses to come just from that data source for US. So if you've set up a SharePoint or Confluence or some other data source, you can pick and choose at a card level, making it really accurate.
That was going to be a question I had was, I think you mentioned something like 40 earlier, 40 data sources. What are the most common data sources that you see customers utilizing?
We see them all over the place. Like we see SharePoint, we see S3, Confluence. Confluence actually one of the popular ones. There's some new ones coming up.
Very cool.
Regularly. We also have a custom data source, so you can link it to anything else that you want.
I love it. That's great.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this, and then when I run it, it's going to give me the same output. So let's put any coffee here and run this baby. While we're waiting for it to run, I want to, draw everybody's attention to, these are just two cards. Like cards are these widgets which allow me to either input or get an output. We have a lot of options, and we're going to keep adding to it. So it's a user input, you get a text output. These are the two options you see. I can also upload a file. So imagine you have, a job description, and you want to say, if I want to hire for this role, what kind of questions can I ask the candidate? Upload that job description as a file and ask, QApp to generate questions for you. In fact, if you were going to use QApp, say I'm an Adrian, you could build one for yourself saying, we interview so many guests on this show. I'm going to just upload, about their products and let the QApp figure out what questions I should ask them. And it'll save you a ton of time, I think.
That's very
I
interesting.
think it will save a ton of time.
Wow.
I'm down.
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, totally going to do it.
Okay, and then there's of course some plugins which allow you to take actions in third-party applications. So you can create a Jira ticket. So if I wanted to add a plugin card here and say do a follow-up task on the sales pitch and get back with the customer, some associate on my team needs to follow up, I can do that too.
Okay.
So it seems like it's significantly more than just automating the simple task. It's being able to give you that visibility to the life cycle of the workflow. Like do the
It's-
thing, go do, follow up.
It's
That's pretty awesome.
orchestrating all of that workflow because it's supposed to replicate your business process. It's supposed to take your mind off those repetitive things you do. And finally, when you're happy with it, you're satisfied, you can publish it to what we call the apps library. So say for the sales team, I want to share it with everybody. I'm going to go hit publish. And now it's available in this shared library, which everybody in my company has access to. So you've not just improved your productivity, it's a team productivity accelerator.
Now that's pretty awesome. I could see an app being built by a customer or even by a partner that says, "Hey, this is how we go through and prospect. These are the type of questions we ask. Hey, we're doing technical discovery for services. These are the most common trip points. Let's go ahead and get ahead of them." I actually learned today of a Hybrid Edge customer that ran into a weird corner case that we've only ever seen like 3 times in the history of the service, that it kind of got all hands on deck. And instead of treating it as an anomaly, we're going to use it as a learning point where we can go through and make sure in the future as we're doing these validations, let's be sure that we tick these boxes. And now looking at this is the perfect place to use it, to make sure that in the future we have that prescribed workflow that if we somehow find ourselves in that situation, we can go through and know exactly what we need to do to get out of it, memorialize it,
yeah.
move on.
Absolutely. We've seen teams internally as well build these tools. Say, if you've seen an issue come up, what is, the path to, solve the 5 whys on what went wrong.
Yeah.
And, look at the whole code base and say, where do you see that anomaly occurring and what would you do next? So they have apps like this all over.
I was going to say one of the things that springs to my mind is, one of the hardest things that I've experienced in my career is when you have a run book, right? And you're in the middle of an outage or a disaster and you're trying to recover and you have all these run books and you're trying to search through, okay, this has happened. I need to find what step to take next, right? But instead, if you have perhaps one of these Amazon Q apps, load all the run books as data sources, I can start describing my situation, tell me what the run book tells me to do. Maybe it sounds like using these plugins, you could even reach out and do some of those steps.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's exactly somebody, I think internally one of the teams had done in AWS, that they had ingested their run books and they said, I'm not going to read all of this. At that time, whatever was my question, the customer complaint or the issue that I'm seeing, I'm going to enter that and let the Q app read that run book for me and tell me exactly what I need to do next. So it's for, like I said, all knowledge workers, all business users. Even developers need that kind of accelerated help. So very quickly, I want to also share, we just announced in Matt's keynote that this is generally available. And with that, we also announced APIs for Q apps. So until today, we were just looking at this web UI and you had to come here to create and run these Q apps. With APIs available, we can now have you embed these in your tools of choice. So wherever your work is being done for you, Q apps can be there. It's part of your workflow.
Yeah, I can definitely see service provider partners, managed service partners, even just your traditional, we're going to help come in as a consultancy, leverage Q apps to get exactly what you made mention, both of you. Memorialize the knowledge, take it out of somebody's head, document it, programatize, and then use that to scale so that you're not having to search through a 200-page operations guide. You go ask the question specifically, and at that point, you can start leveling up your knowledge. You don't need to go out and hire a bunch of ultra-savvy, I built carrier networks for telcos for years, when you're trying to debug a network thing, because you've taken that memory, those processes, you put them into the app, you go ask the question. So somebody junior or very early in their career, they can go and still go do the fix without having to have that level of knowledge. That I think can be transformational.
Yeah, it's knowledge sharing, it's standardization of best practices, and it's really helpful for, you're absolutely right, for the newer employees, right? We were talking to a big customer just this morning,
Okay.
and the first thing that popped in their mind was, we want to use this for new employer onboarding. Like
yeah.
there's so much information that we throw at them. Like how can this accelerate their their productivity, improve their onboarding experience? Like yes, absolutely it can.
Yeah, I work on at AWS. I work on the game day team, as you all watching know, because we just did game day. But we have a whole process for building game day content, and it requires programming and a specific architecture and all these like pieces. And we have all these guides and all these things. I am really interested in checking out Amazon Q apps to make like an onboarding for game day quest developers, for example, because I think this, like what you just said, springs. And I think this is probably something you hear all the time, isn't it? Every time you talk to people about this, I'm sure you hear, wow, actually, I'm having like all these ideas come to mind, right?
Absolutely. I think it's not just who we're talking to, it's about when I'm talking to different people, they're automatically sparking ideas in my head. So for example, while I'm talking to you, I'm like, oh, all these comments and narration that you're going to see from this session, how do you mine that information to know what did people like about it, what did people not like about it? You can, if you could just download that and put it in a Q app, and let it say, what did people like most about this particular session, what was most talked about, were they comparing it to something they've seen elsewhere. It can answer all those questions for you.
So in that same vein, you're having all these conversations, people are having all these ideas. What are some of the most exciting ones that you've heard personally?
Okay, that's a tough one.
Of course.
I'm
Picking your favorite child.
I know. I'm easily excited when I hear customer stories. Just one that, a couple of them I think were interesting. One of them was how a customer is using it to respond faster to RFPs. So these requests for proposals come in.
Okay.
They're all slightly different, right? The customer wants, A, but customer B wants like something slightly different. And when you're responding to those questions, you have to rewrite those responses. Legal has to review them. Then, somebody else is okaying them. That whole process used to take them long. With Q apps, they have fed their responses to the common questions. And as soon as an RFP comes in, it generates that response for them for the specific questions in the language their new customer wants them. And they're saving like 20% of the time they take to respond to RFPs. It's cutting their sales cycle. And like that's mind-blowing. That means more new business. That means you can do more strategic work. It's exciting.
I have to. So at a previous job, we had a hackathon, right, where everybody in the company got to build something. The team that I was on built an RFP automation tool, right?
Wow.
And we won the hackathon
There
with
you
it.
go.
Okay.
But it took a bunch of us, like as engineers, to build this, right? Like, and we had to build a bunch of custom code, run it places, and it was very deterministic, right? It was like, if you have this, select this button, and then it'll do that. It was very, if-then type thing. It's just wild. That was maybe 8 years ago, right? So it's just amazing to me how quickly things have evolved to where we're at right now. Because you don't need a program. You don't need me to build something like what
we need you to do
describing.
something else here.
That's right. That's right. You don't need me to create all the code for you because you can do it now.
Everybody can do it.
Which that wasn't my main job. I had to do it in a hackathon, right? So I didn't have the time to do it anyways. So this is such an augmentation of
Totally.
all our skills.
I think you nailed it. It's almost like an augmentation and a concentration where you're taking the goodness and the institutionalized knowledge and you're making it easily accessible. Knowledge is definitely freedom, and the better that you're able to aggregate that knowledge and share it, you want your non-traditional IT person or a business user to be able to ask these questions and feel empowered to go build things, because at the end of the day, they go and build, they get more confident, they want to start doing more things, and at the end of the day, all you're doing is skilling up for relatively nothing.
I love
Absolutely.
Well, any parting words for the people watching, where to get started, what they should build first? What do you think?
There's no limit to what you should build. There is no typical workflow. But yes, to get started, get set up with your Amazon Q business instance. You can access it through your AWS console. Set that up. It's going to be breeze. And then get right into building your Q apps. And we'd love to hear from you what you're building.
All right, there we go.
Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining. For those of you watching, we're going to be right back. So stay there. We're going to be back.
My goal is to seek to empower as many people as I can through technology and really try to be as ethical and responsible as I can be as an engineer. My name is Gideon Bayende, and I'm an AWS AI and ML scholarship student, and I'm studying integrated engineering at the University of San Diego.
Hi, Vanakkam. I'm from Himachal Pradesh, India. I'm interested in artificial intelligence. If they can't do it, then I can't do it too.
I was born in the Democratic Republic of Congo in Kinshasa. When I was 13 years old, my parents made the difficult decision to send my siblings and I to live with my aunt in the US in search of a better education. One thing led to the other, and then, bam. Just like that, we're in Utah. Now I didn't know any English. All of a sudden, I'm here where I can't speak to anyone, I can't understand what they're saying, and I have to go and learn the language as fast as I can and then figure out a way to fit in. My aunt was always pushing us. I mean, she did a really good job at making sure that we were doing very well in school. That really helped me grow into a more confident version of myself, really helping me see that I was capable of achieving whatever it was I put my mind to. I'm really driven to giving back to my family for all their sacrifice over the years for me to be able to get to where I am today. My intro to computer science, it was brutal, if I'm being honest. I started having doubts and thinking that I wasn't as bright as some of the other students, but I actually wanted to code. I see artificial intelligence being part of society in so many ways. That's when I discovered the AWS AI and ML scholarship program. That exposure to the course and everything I learned, especially for neural networks, I was able to directly apply it to my capstone project. We've estimated that by 2030, 60 million EV batteries are going to end up in the landfills. That's a lot of unused energy that's going to waste. Our project aims to use software that non-invasively diagnoses the EV batteries and provides potential use cases for second life applications, such as appliances or for energy storage. We want to make use of all of that untapped potential. I believe in everything happening for a reason in life. People in my country are impacted by things that are done unethically, and that taught me to value everyone around me and not take my community for granted. Now I'm on the other side doing work to improve my community and hopefully the rest of the world.
Hello and welcome back to AWS OnAir. We are here on the New York City Summit floor of the expo hall. There's a lot going on around us, but even more exciting, there's a lot going on at this desk today. My name is Gigi Behringer. I'm one of your hosts today. I'm a senior product manager here at AWS, and I'm joined by one of my favorite people to host with. Adrian, do you want to introduce yourself again?
Sure. Hey everyone. For those joining us, my name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a principal partner enterprise architect here at AWS. Spent a lot of time working with Gigi and our fellow hosts and speaking with our favorite guests coming from the service team. Now, I understand we are going to be talking about something that just launched. Would love for you to introduce yourself let us know what we're going to be talking about and why you prefer dogs over cats, if applicable.
Not if applicable.
And if
Point
not
blank.
applicable, let's just
You
flip it
can
around.
go if not.
It's definitely dogs for me. More lovable.
All right,
That's
we're done
fine.
here. Thank you.
Good.
I know. Well, hi. Thanks for having me. So my name's Sanjit. I'm one of the senior product managers on the AWS in-memory database team.
Cool.
So today we actually launched vector search for Amazon Memory DB. So huge launch. We launched it in preview at reInvent last year, and now it's generally available for customers to actually play with.
Amazing. So you've had a really relaxing launch day, I assume.
Yeah, just a little bit of sprinting back and forth, you know.
It's all good, as always.
You got to burn off the stress as you do those wind sprints, right?
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
It's good for you. It's good for you.
Especially in this New York weather.
Yes. So you launched today. You went preview at reInvent last winter. Could you tell us a little bit about what it is that we are getting from this GA launch today?
Yeah, so at GA, we've done a lot of benchmarking on this solution through the course of several months. And with this generally available version of vector search for MemoryDB, it's it is the fastest vector search option on AWS compared to many popular vector database options on AWS. So it's as a lot of people know, generative AI obviously has picked up a lot of steam in the past year plus, and I'm sure we've talked about it on air for quite the part of the day.
Yes.
And one of the common use cases that we've really heard of is, like retrieval augmented generation and chatbots. So we're going to talk today a little bit deeper dive on how MemoryDB can fit into that type of workflow and really speed up things from, a few seconds to milliseconds. So it's going to be a really cool
Very
demo.
cool.
Yeah.
It immediately, when I read about the launch, it kind of struck me as weird because I wouldn't immediately think MemoryDB or an in-grid memory database would be something that I would associate with the vector store, or even more specifically, being able to cut that latency down. I know it's fast, but to go from seconds to milliseconds or even better, that's huge.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. I think the demo that we'll kind of go through is how to actually use it as a durable semantic cache. So basically thinking about the ways that you can actually integrate it with large language models so that when you have a lot of common repeated questions, you're not constantly hitting that large language model and actually incurring that fee, that latency cost, that overhead, and then you're able to retrieve and return back an answer for very commonly asked questions within those millisecond latencies.
That's very cool. It sounds like we're saving customers money, time, and energy with that.
Exactly.
That opportunity.
Exactly.
I do love, and I say this I think every time I'm at this desk at any summit or reInvent, I love how the launch really embodies our, how can we make things easier for customers? How can we make it more productive on the technology side? And then how can we save them money?
Yeah.
And all of those pieces are built into this type of release. And it's just really exciting to see the consistency there.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Like thinking about a lot of the customers I personally speak to, a lot of these chatbots are really in those POC phases. They're really starting to scale them out. And those considerations around cost and how to actually deploy it to millions of users is something that's really coming into the forefront of a lot of people's thoughts now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think you have a bit of information to share with us on slides, just to run us through some of the technical specs. And then I did hear that you also have a live demo.
Yep.
And everything is live, as always, here. So
Yeah,
very
exactly.
excited to see both pieces to that.
So I'll kind of walk through generally what we're going to go through, and then I'll go through the live demo, and I'll ask you to ask me questions, and we'll actually put it in there and have some
Perfect.
fun.
All right.
So
we'll do it live.
Yeah, exactly. So so basically the demo I'm going to walk through, I've already executed a Terraform plan just because that will take probably 15, 20 minutes to actually get all the info ready. So I created there's an API gateway linked to a Lambda function that's basically acting as an orchestration layer. So what it's doing is essentially, we're using Bedrock knowledge bases and an OpenSearch serverless vector store. And in this demo, we basically created these vector embeddings, loaded this knowledge base from the well-architected framework PDF, chunked it out into a bunch of pieces of information. So now we have that retrieval augmented generation platform, so basically getting that context from those vector stores through Bedrock, and we've integrated MemoryDB as a durable semantic cache. So basically the idea of the demo, and like what I noted, is that we're going to ask a question about the well-architected framework, and then you'll see how we have a few X-ray measures throughout the pipeline Python script so that we'll be able to time each individual step. So the first time we'll ask a question, and we'll see how fast it goes. And hint, it'll be a little slow. And then the second time, we'll actually have that data cached into MemoryDB. And then the subsequent question will mess with it a little bit. And it'll be very similar in terms of semantic meaning. And then it'll come from MemoryDB, and we'll see actually the latencies that we'll observe.
Interesting.
Very cool.
Cool. So
I'm curious what questions you're going to come up with, Adrian.
I've got a couple. I know my buddy Travis is watching right now, and I know you're probably getting ready to text me, so I'll get ready to answer you later, but I'm pretty sure this is what you've been bugging me about. I don't know, the last 6 or 8 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, so first I'll kind of just like walk through maybe just when we get out of this PowerPoint presentation.
I think we're ready for the live. There we go.
There we are.
Perfect.
So basically, I'm just going to walk through the Python script, which is
go full screen, please. There we go.
Help my eyes out a little bit.
Yeah, so this lambda function, as you can kind of see, we have the X-ray recorder in there to basically take out each individual segment from, generating the embeddings for the question that Adrian's going to ask, down to actually looking if the data was actually stored within MemoryDB. If it wasn't there, then we'll basically step through and get the answer from the large language model, which in this case is Claude.
Okay.
And then we'll kind of store all the latency metrics within X-ray, which is a great debugging tool, as everyone knows. So let's go to the terminal, and I will increase the size for everyone's eyes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So
Greatly appreciated.
So I will let you ask a question, Adrian, and we'll just make this API call of the well-architected framework. So you tell me.
My favorite question. Do I need to go multi-region?
Ooh, always. Unless it's expensive.
Unless your use case
Unless
doesn't
you don't.
dictate it. Exactly.
Unless what is it?
Unless you, do I need to go multi-region?
I would just leave it at
Yeah, probably just
keep it
multi-region.
simple for now.
Yeah, and then we can start going with it.
Mess around. Put in the chat, since we are live, we want to see in the chat if you have any opinions on what we should be asking.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I will execute that script.
Okay.
So I have it all saved here. So you said
pillar. Yeah. Okay.
Get this. Right. Do I need
It's good proof that we are always live on AWS OnAir, and especially live during summits.
Absolutely.
Okay, here we
Oh,
go.
look, it's thinking.
It's doing something.
It's thinking.
It's about to yell at me, I promise.
Yeah, it'll jump out the screen and just go at you.
I'm curious what it says.
I don't know. Well, that's why we're doing this live.
That is we're doing this live.
That's exactly what it's supposed to say.
Good.
Okay.
As it should.
Okay, now let's have some fun, and then we'll modify the thing. Basic. We're trying to get it to be essentially the same semantic meaning. So like, maybe like, do I really need to go? I don't know, something like that. Same meaning, same semantic meaning, and all that good stuff. So let's see what happens. Oh, look.
Immediately.
So, immediately.
Wow.
So let's actually.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, it's super interesting. You can kind of see the total time. It actually took like 455 milliseconds versus the initial call of 12 seconds, which is pretty sweet, actually. At least I think so. I'm a little.
I think so too.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I think you're deeper in this than the rest of us, but we also think it's cool.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, this would be fantastic to even just to put in the hands of a seller to in this specific demo. I'm thinking I'm noodling like in a partner scenario where seller needs to go through an approach and figure out game plan. How do I work this prospect? How do I engage with this customer? And start asking these questions. They may not have an essay. They may not have access to an essay.
Right.
Go ahead and start better educating yourself. Arm yourself with those data points and go have an eloquent conversation.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. Like, I've had a few customer conversations, like, thinking about customers that are basically doing this with like product manuals. And customers are asking the same question. Imagine it's like IKEA furniture.
Oh, yeah.
Just like painful.
Yeah.
But everyone has the same questions like, do I need my own wrenches or anything to do this? And do you really want to hit the LM like 100,000 times? Probably not.
Right.
Yeah. Because it's the same answer.
It does add that level of flexibility to your customer interactions.
Yeah.
I'm curious when we look at, it seems so, I guess, obvious when we look at the AWS well-architected documentation and say, like, okay, we could only ask this question really so many times in so many ways. What would you say are use cases you're seeing from customers where it's really pushing the boundaries of the benefits here with either like very large LLMs or complex question bases that are coming into customers that you're excited about?
So the durable semantic caching. Actually, I've seen quite a few use cases in terms of, instead of just caching just the text, people are caching the actual API calls and parameterizing the inputs so that you're able to say, example about let's take a like a sporting company or one of these large like NBA or NFL or those types of places. Like a lot of customers will, a lot of people, a lot of fans of like myself, will ask questions around, like how many points did LeBron James score last week, and think about parameterizing the name, the timeline, and then the actual API calls, so that subsequent questions around how many points did like Ant score during the NBA Finals, and you're able to parameterize and add that in and cache the API call. So it's very interesting. There's a lot of cool things that are happening. So let's.
That is cool. Is that something that you're seeing customers come up with on their own, or do we have blog posts and documentation that show all these different use cases?
So we will actually be publishing a blog post very shortly.
Okay.
In the next 2 weeks, that will actually have all this code, the Terraform script, and everything. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So it'll be available for customers to really get into it and actually play around with it. So
very cool.
That's exciting.
Yeah. So here I have the actual X-ray scripts here.
Huh.
So we can actually take a look at. Let's start with the first one. This is the first question that we asked and how long it took. So you can actually see the initialization was about 2 seconds. The invocation was overall 8.3 seconds to basically create the embedding for your question. And then it took about 7 seconds for Bedrock to actually respond back because it was using that large language model. So you can see the end-to-end time for this whole thing was about 12 seconds.
Okay.
Got it.
And then when you look at the subsequent version where you've injected MemoryDB for very similar, the similar types of queries, you see the total duration of that whole process was about 320, like roughly about 300, 400 milliseconds. And you can see that the cache query was about 13 milliseconds. So you can see that it dropped nearly, let's see, about 12 seconds in total time. So you can greatly imagine just like the type of customer experience. Like imagine you're on a like a user interface and you're asking these questions and you're just immediately getting a result versus your attention is lost oftentimes in like 1 second or so. At least in the days nowadays where your phone just constantly buzzing. So it's very interesting.
Absolutely. So when we go back to the way that you set this up, just to walk us through, right now we're looking at X-Ray, which you employed to track what was happening.
Correct.
But when it comes to actually utilizing the MemoryDB and use it,
MemoryDB.
Yeah, I didn't misspeak. I was like, wait a second, my brain froze. When it looks like, or we can go back to what it looks like to actually use that, could you just walk us through in console even, where those things are, how people can start exploring this launch today?
Yeah, so right now the launch is, let's see. So the launch is, there's the launch. Here we go.
Launch is on Google.
There we go.
Launch is on Google. So there's we released a launch blog just recently today, a few hours ago, that you can quickly see kind of there's some getting started tips in terms of the functionality, in terms of what the use cases are, and actually how to actually get started within the console to create the MemoryDB cluster and actually enable it for vector search. So right now, when you create a new MemoryDB cluster, you have to enable vector search on the individual cluster because it's currently restricted about single shard, so about 419 gigabytes, which you need to enable it because MemoryDB is much more scalable as a service generally to 500 nodes and able to handle hundreds of terabytes of data. And it is our fastest database on AWS. So you can go ahead and get started here. We've also released a driver for LangChain as well today, which will also And also, you'll be able to get started with LangChain. So a lot of our customers are very familiar with LangChain. They're testing various vector stores, and we've actually loaded it. We've actually have some Python code in this launch blog that's available for folks to get started very fast.
Well, that definitely helps.
Yeah. And we also have we can post in the chat here a GitHub repository with a lot of sample code on semantic searching, around fraud detection, and a lot of really cool use cases with MemoryDB where latency is really important.
So is it safe to say that, based off of everything we've heard, that MemoryDB has the best, potentially fastest vector search that we've got on AWS?
Yep. That's exactly what we've seen and tested. It's the fastest vector search option in terms of queries, in terms of update latencies, at the highest levels of recall. So, extremely relevant types of results that you're going to get. So a lot of, oftentimes with these vector search offerings, things like throughput, recall, and latency are often in tension. And you compromise on one, you compromise on the other. But what we've seen in MemoryDB and the vector search functionality is that we're able to maintain some of the highest throughput at the P99 single-digit millisecond latencies at greater than 95% recall, which is extremely
that's
extremely
unheard
wonderful.
of. That's unheard of. That's fantastic, man.
Yeah, exactly. So it's wonderful.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that bit of clarification. Earlier I made the example about the good, fast, and cheap triangle. It sounds like we're actually kind of making it more like a rectangle, where we're removing, really trying to make it as fast as possible, keep that recall rate super high, and make it easier for folks to be able to deploy and feel confident about what's coming back to them. Is that about accurate?
Yeah, exactly. Having very relevant information returned back to you. It's like, configuring your MemoryDB cluster for very high recall, and your types of questions that you asked about the well-architected framework, being able to return back things that are very similar and relevant to your question is incredibly important. So the high throughput, the low latency, and that high relevancy is extremely important.
I've got some evil scheming that's going on in my mind about what I'm going to use this for.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a ton of fun. I got some projects to go build.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much again. So we have a blog post. We have a GitHub repo.
Yeah.
It's in the console if you want to go look at it, look at the pretty colors. And we also have, what else do we have that people can get their hands on to get going with this? There's going to be more content coming in 2 weeks.
There'll be much more content coming in 2 weeks and 4 weeks, and there'll be a lot of few YouTube videos. And I'm looking forward to kind of going in deep with this with various customers, and hopefully we'll have some blogs ready.
Fantastic. I am eager to see more use cases on this and to see some public use case references. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how people use this.
Absolutely.
I'd say so.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Again, it's been such a pleasure, as always. We are here with AWS OnAir, and we will be back shortly with another segment with another product launch from today. So thank you again, and we'll see you guys soon.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back to AWS On Air. I just said this 20 minutes ago. I'm saying it again. We are on the floor of the New York City Summit Expo Hall. Behind us are many, many booths of partners and AWS teams of all sorts talking about really cool things happening, particularly the launches that happened during the keynote today. And my name is Gigi Behringer. I'm a senior product manager here at AWS, but I'm also a host with AWS On Air with one of my best friends, as always, because of the hat and not in real life. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Am Grabelny. I'm not on the floor, I'm in a chair. But I'm a developer advocate here at AWS and also a host, but more important than the two of us.
Way more important.
We've got a wonderful guest joining us. Please introduce yourself to the people at home.
Hey, I'm Shibin Michael Raj. I'm a senior product manager on the SageMaker Studio team.
All right.
Welcome to AWS On Air, and welcome to your launch day. I heard you had a launch during the keynote today.
Oh, certainly, yes.
It's very exciting.
Amazon Q Developer is now integrated with Amazon SageMaker. And all Amazon data scientists and ML engineers can now access Amazon Q Developer within Amazon SageMaker integrated development environment.
Oh, I'm excited to see your demo on this.
Oh, that's super cool.
So
cool. You can start using Q Developer right within the SageMaker environment.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay,
cool. Got it. So, I think we have a lot to learn about.
We do.
Based on us saying that sounds cool.
We do have a lot to learn. We're talking about productivity for our developers, right? Productivity for our data scientists, all the people using SageMaker. This enhances that experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say there are a couple of things. Let's take a step back and see, what are the challenges that data scientists and ML engineers typically face when they want to build models.
Yes.
And at AWS, we try to really deep dive and understand what are the challenges of developers, data scientists, and ML engineers when they want to train and deploy an ML model. And when we spoke to a lot of our customers, the biggest pain points that came across are, one, when they want to build an ML solution for their problem, where do they first start with? There's a lot of documentation out there.
There's a lot of content.
Exactly. It's really time-consuming to read, and you don't even know what to read, right?
Yeah.
Because there's tons of information out there. And the second challenge is, even though there's this information out there, it's scattered everywhere. You do not know where to look for the information.
Right.
And it's not just information overload. It's also a lot of cognitive overload to understand the documentation and figure out what it says.
Right.
So that is definitely one challenge. So once you figure out what features to use and how to use, then comes the challenge of looking for code samples. I'm sure you would have gone down the rabbit hole.
Oh yeah.
And then it takes a lot of effort for our customers to go and look for the exact code samples that work for them.
Yes. I mean, I'm not an ML developer. I've never trained an ML model, but I am a developer.
Never?
Got it.
Never. No.
Ever?
No.
That will change for sure now, because I'm going to show you how to train an ML model in 10 minutes.
Oh,
well, now you have no excuse.
I got 10 minutes. I can
He's
give
always
you 10
like, oh,
minutes.
I'm so busy. I can't sit here and train it. It's
No, but I'm more of a DevOps guy. That I've worked in DevOps for a long time. I've written a lot of code, different languages, C#, Python, etc. One of you nailed it. One of the hardest things for me is going out. I'm trying to do something very specific, right?
Yeah.
And I start searching, and it's very lucky, let's say, if I can find the exact thing that I'm looking for on a Stack Overflow page that's 3 comments down that isn't the accepted answer, right? This is probably a situation that I'm describing that many people have gone through.
Exactly.
And, shout out, number one, to that one Stack Overflow user that had the exact answer I was looking for.
Or hero.
Thank you, whoever you are. But this is easier, is what you're telling me.
Exactly. And the challenge doesn't stop there. Once you get the code samples, right? You go and start executing these samples, and then you run into errors. And what do you do then?
Endless errors.
Never had an error. I don't know.
You go back to online search. You go back to online search. Again, you go back to documentation, forums, and looking for all of this information. Yeah. And then there's a lot of context switching happening. So that is a big dent in the productivity that could actually improve for these
That's
builders.
exciting.
Yeah.
So what I'm imagining, and you're going to tell me, and then you're going to show me if I'm wrong, is I'm using SageMaker. I can't figure out why something's not working, or I can't remember how to do something specific. There is somewhere in there Amazon Q, our chatbot, but not just Q for developers now that we released, I think in this spring, correct me if I'm wrong, where Q for developers is giving you code snippets, is giving you recommendations, is helping you optimize code potentially, or teach you code if you don't know.
I think what's important too, Gigi, is like Amazon Q Developer has been available in several environments so far, right? Like I'm personally big VS Code user, love my VS Code. I've been able to use Amazon Q Developer in VS Code for a while, but we like to meet people where they're at, right? A lot of people are using SageMaker Studio, and so now, after today, they can start using Amazon Q Developer.
So a lot of our data scientists who use SageMaker Studio use the Jupyter Lab IDE within Studio, and that's where Q Developer is going to be available. So it's going to benefit all of the users, data scientists who are using Jupyter Lab. Yeah.
Can we take a look? Can we just jump in?
Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah.
Let's jump in. Let's see it working. Maybe you can also, for those of us, definitely not speaking for myself,
never,
who are not as familiar with SageMaker and SageMaker Studio, maybe you can show us some of what SageMaker Studio looks like also, in addition to...
That would be helpful.
Yeah, give us some context.
Never once in my life have I not known what something looks like, but I would love I would love to be brought up to speed if that were the case anywhere, anytime. Also, we are live, so in the chat, if you have any questions about this, if you have anything specific that you want to see, again, we are still live, and we want to answer those questions verbally or in the chat to you.
Yeah. All right.
So I have here in front of me on the screen the Jupyter Lab environment, which you can use to train an ML model. And it's not just training. You can do all of these different steps. Like typically to build an ML model, you would start with your data. You would start with data exploration. Then you prepare your data. And then you figure out what models to use for training. You train your model, and then you deploy the model, and then you add those models to the model pipelines. Right?
Got it.
So there are a list of steps here, and Amazon Q Developer would help you across all of these steps. Okay. I know you asked about SageMaker Studio. So SageMaker Studio itself is an integrated development environment for data scientists and ML engineers, and it has a wide variety of tools. So Jupyter Lab is one of the IDEs that we have. We also have Art Studio. We have Code Editor, which is like the VS Code version of version within Studio. So as you just mentioned, we just meet the developers where they are, and we give them the tools. So it's like one integrated environment to do everything.
Yeah, we got some questions in chat too. I don't want to cut you off. But I think from some of the, what I'm inferring from some of the questions here, we've got questions about, is this Python? Maybe we could talk a little bit. So Jupyter Lab, right?
Yeah.
This is an environment pretty standard for a lot of ML engineers, data scientists. This isn't a kind of it's not quite a REPL, right? It's not like a read, evaluate, print loop that some developers may be familiar with. But it is an environment where I can take typically, please correct me if I'm wrong, Python code, right, and start executing it in these cells, right?
Yeah.
And so
you're right.
With SageMaker Studio, I have the option of using a provisioned Jupyter Lab environment.
Exactly.
And some of these nifty tools are included in the Jupyter Lab environment.
That's the benefit of having a managed IDE. So even though Jupyter Notebooks is open source, the one that is available within SageMaker Studio comes with, let's say, the Amazon Q Developer and this one, and it also provides you, a managed environment wherein you don't have to worry about the instances. You can just click on the type of instance that you want.
That's what you meant by it was provisioned for you through SageMaker, right? So this is the backend's running on AWS. It's already handled for you.
Exactly.
And then built into this offering that we already have had is where Q Developer comes in. So where is Q Developer in this screen? And we're going to pull your screen back up for everyone on Twitch to see too in just a second.
So is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
We are good.
So when you log into Jupyter Lab, you can access the Q chat on the left pane here, and it's going to be available right here. And you have a list of functions that are here. These are shortcuts that you can start using. But just like any other chat interface, you can just go ahead and start entering your questions, and it's going to give you guidance on like what you should do next, and along with the sample code. And let's say when you run the sample code, you get an error. It also provides you information on what exactly you need to do to fix that error. For example, it can give you a fixed code, and then you can just replace that code, and the error is fixed.
Got
so
it.
I can just show some of that.
Can we see a quick demo?
So now what I'm trying to do is, I'm just trying to take a sample data. This is a data that is available in Kaggle. It's to predict the taxi fares in New York. And so I have it in my S3 bucket here. So now I just say that, okay, can you give me sample code to import data from S3? Okay. So what I want to do now is I want to import this data from S3 and store it in a data frame. And then from the data frame, I want to do a bunch of like exploratory data analysis, a list of steps. But I do not know where to start with. So I'll probably ask you like what kind of exploratory data analysis I should go with. And then I look at it, and then finally I'll ask it to train a model using the data that we have. Yeah.
Got it. So it's going to answer everything in that chat.
Yeah.
And you can take whatever it's saying in that chat and then put it into your notebook.
Wow, I see it even mentioning like considerations
really nice.
for parquet.
Exactly.
So it's like,
so it gives
it's
you
got
a full
context here.
description of like what exactly needs to be done here. For example, it gives you the code along with the fact that what needs to be replaced, along with like what do each of these lines actually mean.
That's so nice and helpful.
Yeah, but it seems to also have context about like this is a data engineer working on this, right? Okay, very cool.
And it's a one-click thing for you to just move it to the cell, and now I can just replace it with
your earlier data bucket variable there.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's pretty sleek. I like what you were saying about it having context, because I think about how, Q Developer has been available in a few different contexts so far throughout AWS, and this isn't another one that's making it very specific.
So it said file not found error. So let me ask you to fix it. So
this is all part of the demo.
I see the error, but I want to see what Q says. Do you see the error, Gigi?
Not yet. Where's the error? Oh, I see the error.
Under bucket name.
I see it. Do I see
now,
it?
now it'll talk about, so it'll actually analyze the error for you. And then now that here I know what the sample this one is, let me just.
This is the best part of copy pasting code is when you forget to copy paste all the code.
It's nice. Or if you only do one quotation.
Yeah, if you miss
also the
right.
best part of copying and
so now it
pasting
worked.
code.
Oh, now.
Oh, look at that.
So now the data is imported into my notebook here in a data frame. And now, so now I have all of this data. I do not know what to do in terms of like exploratory data analysis. So let me give a prompt.
I like that it's, what's the name that's in there in the chat? Jupyternaut?
Yeah. So
like astronaut?
Right. So Jupyternaut is like the AI extension of Jupyter. And
okay.
Yeah.
So that's a real thing. That's not us being silly.
I didn't know that
adding
either.
it for someone's entertainment.
So you can look at the prompt here. I'm saying I need to perform some exploratory data analysis on my pandas data frame, and I need a Python function to use this data frame as an input, and I have to do some data analysis.
Okay.
So let's see what it generates.
So it says, sorry. Nope,
No.
It says it's thinking. Is it possible to make the chat any wider so we
yeah,
can see
you
more
can
at once?
still do that.
My poor eyes. Unwell. So it's thinking, when it's thinking, what data is it, like where's the response coming from? Is that an AWS LLM that we're working with?
So this is
silly-
powered by Amazon Q Developer. So
Okay.
that's one of the benefits that we get. It's powered by the latest foundation models.
Got it.
And it is also built with guardrails, right? Both security guardrails and like, data privacy guardrails.
Yeah.
So for example, if you ask a question on, hey, how can I hack, let's say, a deployment endpoint? It's going to say, I wouldn't be able to answer this question.
As it should.
Yeah.
As it should. So anything you ask it, it's going to keep within your AWS environment.
Correct. yeah.
Any data that you might refer to, it's going to only pull from maybe your environment and the AWS foundational models and nothing else. Or is it even not going to pull from your environment? It's just going to pull from the foundational models.
So as part of the input, we also send some of the information from the notebook so that
Okay.
it has context on like how to answer these questions.
Very cool.
But the responses come from the foundation model and all of the documentation extra that we have online. Yeah.
Cool.
Great.
So what does it tell you?
So
look
now-
at that, perform EDA. It's even
Yeah.
a well-named function.
Right.
you
Yeah.
know? That's amazing.
So it just gave me a code to add a function for EDA. So let me just replace this code here, and then it says,
We're doing a count plot.
Yeah.
We're doing value counts.
so check for missing values, check for duplicates, check for categorical columns. It has a bunch of things that it has suggested me to do. So now let me
Oh,
just.
it even tells you too. Performs exploratory
Exactly,
data
yeah.
analysis. That's what
Oh,
EDA
that's really
is.
nice.
That's cool.
And I didn't have to think about any of these aspects. It just gave me, and then I can choose to remove some of them if I want.
Right.
Yeah.
You can evaluate the
Yeah.
code that it generates
So
for you.
you can see that now it provides information on all of these different columns. Now you have statistics around all of these columns, and yeah.
Very cool. So that got us all the way there just by asking a few questions.
Yeah.
Right,
I
yeah.
love it.
So now, I mean, one of the important things that data scientists probably do, especially for regression algorithms, is they look at like the correlation matrix and see if there are variables that are highly correlated. So now let me ask, okay, give me sample code that creates a correlation heat map. So it's
I think we're gonna probably leave this for an exercise for the
Got it,
audience
yeah,
to go
yeah.
check it out
Yes.
when they go check out
Got it,
this
yeah.
new access to Q Developer in SageMaker Studio. Any
Sure.
parting words? Any getting started tips that you got for people watching?
Where can we find things?
Yep. So getting started tip the first tip I want to share is like getting started is not easy, not hard at all. So
Not
you can
easy
just
at all.
Very easy.
Yeah, it's
Very
super
easy.
easy. And then you can just start developing a model in 10 minutes. If we had 10 more minutes, I would have shown you like how we can develop it.
I love it.
Yep.
But we don't.
Yeah,
so
right. That's
unfortunately,
okay.
So
go check it out
it's
in
very
the
soon.
SageMaker Studio yourself, and we will be right back with more
And
content.
look out for what's post and all of these things. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
they'll be online.
Yeah.
See you there.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us again here at the AWS New York City Summit. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I am a principal partner enterprise architect here at AWS, and still throwing it down with a good friend of mine, Jasmine. Jasmine, always lovely to see you.
Always, Adrian. I'm Jasmine Kiles. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, and Adrian and I are joined by some of our friends today. We call everyone on the show a friend, so we hope you're ready to embrace it.
We are.
All right, so who do we have here?
So hi, I'm Will McQueen. I work at Bear. I'm a head of our data and analytics platforms.
And I'm Peter Veronese. I'm the data analytics platform lead on the Wheels organization.
Awesome. So we heard something really exciting happened earlier today. Will, do you want to?
Yeah, I had the amazing opportunity to stand up on stage with Matt and to give a little bit of a talk about how the technologies that are being invented and created at AWS are having an impact on our business, and really what the real world opportunities are for us to use technology to achieve the objectives of Bayer and our crop science division. So it was, you know, a little bit of a new experience in front of a lot of people, but it was definitely fun, and I enjoyed it, and it was a really good opportunity to talk about our company and the impact that we have.
Yeah, we heard you filled the room.
It looked pretty full, yeah, from up on stage, for sure.
It really was a great story. So you said you mentioned that you worked for Bayer's crop science division. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're one of the leading enterprise agriculture companies in the world. We do a lot to produce food that powers a lot of different consumption, all throughout the world. So we, of course, sit in the technology area of the company, but we have the ability to leverage technology to really help accelerate and to improve our company's ability to produce food and fuel for a growing population. So it's really rewarding to work in tech, but to do it in a way that really, as you apply that technology, having a really positive impact on the world, which is really cool.
Yeah, and I think something that we kind of lose in the nuance being technologists is, hey, we're going to go do this cool technology and it's going to be awesome. Here's the architecture and the graphic charts. But being able to tie it back to a real life outcome that impacts the populace more than just a small constituency, that's huge. That's something that, when I grow up, I would aspire that something that I touch, something that big, that important, was that impactful to folks. I got to say, I'm a little green with envy over here because you get to live the dream where you're building things that are material and contribute to better quality of life.
Yep. So your keynote started talking a little bit about food scarcity. Tell us what Bayer is doing to address food scarcity and sustainability.
Yeah, I mean, especially in terms of like the role that we play, that Pedro and I and our teams play, we are leveraging technology to really improve our ability to produce products, to be able to create more of the products that we sell, but to do it in a way that is as positively impactful of the environment as possible. So we're trying to increase how much products we can produce, but do it in a way that uses as few resources as possible. So that's the role we play, and the technology actually plays a really huge part in that part of our company's mission.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about how long you've been using the technology.
Yeah, we've been really heavy in AWS for over 10 years now.
Wow.
It took us a little bit to get started to really embrace the cloud, but when we did, it really exploded, and we've been really, cloud only for, 4 or 5 years now. We've, of course, got a legacy footprint that we're still trying to move, but we've been, all in on the cloud and AWS specifically for over 10 years at this point.
It's kind of interesting. I actually grew up on a farm and ranch, and right next to sorghum, orange, corn, just about every type of agriculture you can think of. And chat, if you have this similar experience or know somebody, that it is very difficult to plan things out right way. And yeah, maybe a hurricane, just like we had in Texas, come through that can throw off the calculus. It is incredibly important to be able to leverage technology exactly the way that you mentioned, to be able to solve these real world problems. And it raises a question for me. Everybody's talking about generative AI at this point. How have you gotten started in leveraging generative AI to solve these sorts of just oddball problems that may be popping up?
Sure. We have a couple of different use cases, right? It goes from you're starting, let's leverage documentation, create comprehensive chatbots to enable our users and growers to have access to more information, right? That's how it started. But we're taking that even further. We have projects that we're exploring Gen AI, how to generate content over image, right?
Okay.
Image is a big part of our cycle of product development. And we're trying to leverage Gen AI to generate in high definition images.
That's amazing, because I can remember getting woken up by crop dusters and somebody's out there like physically inspecting the dirt to figure out what the ratio is supposed to be, and being able to not have to do that. I would imagine if I was in that business, if I'm the rancher that's paying for that service, that's huge. It goes beyond transformational. It's almost like transcendental at that point.
Yep.
I think one thing that's also a little bit unique of the work that we do is it's really that intersection of digital capabilities along with like the physical and mechanical, right? So a lot of kind of the points that you just made, we need to bring these technologies together to really have the full impact of what we're capable of doing. And we make a lot of investment on both sides of that, on both the engineering and the digital solutions, and doing that together in a way that amplifies the impact of both.
So it almost sounds like the idea of democratization of innovation is kind of where you're trying to play. Is that right?
That's a big part of it. I mean, innovation is all throughout our company's culture, and we see great ideas and new thoughts coming from all areas. We've got a very large population of data scientists like embedded within our business itself.
Okay.
And the role that we play is really providing them with the platforms and capabilities to make their impact as large as possible. Yeah, though, I mean, for sure, everywhere throughout the company, you find people that are trying new and innovative things, looking for the next invention that's going to move us forward.
Yeah, you've created this culture of innovation, and one of the things that you did was use Amazon SageMaker to develop this decision science ecosystem. Tell us more about that.
I can absolutely tell you. That's I've been living in breathing that for a couple of years now. So yeah, so we're creating, to Will's point, our decision science platform. We want to be able to multiply all the effort of the data scientists to be able to, deliver more value to our growers and be able to create products faster, get faster to the market, right? That's really our goal. Yeah. And when we look internally, what we're achieving with that is standardization of our ways of working. A data scientist within Bayer will be a data scientist regardless of the team they're working at, right? So there's a lot of good things that come out of it. And SageMaker Suite is definitely the centerpiece of that.
Interesting. Okay, so I guess I have to ask the million-dollar question. How and where are you using Bedrock? I have some ideas, but I would assume that you have better ideas of where you're implementing it, maybe even Q too.
Yeah. So I personally have been doing that within the DSE, and there's a couple different ways, right? So one of our goals is to make the DSE, the decision science ecosystem, as the first data science that is totally Gen AI driven, right? Which means for us internally at Bayer, I want our users or the data scientists to be able to ask questions on how to build things within the DSE, or ask questions. Hey, I need this new provision, and Bedrock would be able, through agents, interact with our own APIs and provision those assets and having them started working. So that's one of the ways, and apart from the common ways that we just talked about, like leverage documentation and creating that better experience for end users.
Yeah. So when you think about these solutions that you're creating for the workforce, what difference has it made compared to where you were, 10 years ago of getting up in the cloud, you're having to take everyone on this transformation journey, and then 4 or 5 years ago, you said, hey, I'm going all in. What difference has it made?
Yeah, I can start. I mean, I think, when we started on our journey to build our next generation data science platform, we had 2 high-level objectives in mind. Okay. One was lowering the barrier of entry, making it a lot easier for scientists to build models and to get those models to production, to start creating value for our businesses as easily as possible. If you look back 5 years ago, there was a lot of engineering work that had to happen there. You would see a lot of examples where maybe somebody proved out a concept, in a discovery phase of a model's life cycle. They validated that concept and the opportunity to create value for the company, but then they had to re-engineer the solution to get it to production and to make it scale. So one of our objectives is to really reduce that friction and make it a lot faster to go from idea to value. And that's really kind of one of the key accelerators that we're trying to deliver as part of the solutions that we're building. The other side of that, and kind of our secondary objective, was to create technical capabilities that make it easier to solve much harder and more complicated problems. So
Okay.
we're kind of attacking the problem from both ends. We
Right.
want to let our people create much more sophisticated solutions and solve harder problems, but we also want to make it much easier to get something, to the place where it's creating value a lot quicker. So.
Yeah. I really like that kind of like two-pronged approach of where, like, hey, I understand and recognize that you're this expert scientist, but let me not let the technology weigh you down and getting to driving that innovation and really getting into that crop science. I don't know a lot about crop science. I can grow a garden and that's about it. But I imagine, there's a lot that you're doing in the world and, you want to move rather quickly where it makes sense. And so with having this technology, you're able to do that.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I think that's a really important point because especially where we are in kind of the journey with generative AI is everybody's really excited and they want to go really, really fast. But we also need to be careful about the solutions that we build, and we need to do it in a very thoughtful and deliberate way. So it's really trying to strike that balance and walk that tightrope of like you want people out there just swinging for the fences, trying like new and novel things that are out there that maybe people haven't thought of. But you really do have to be careful, and you need to be really thoughtful about how you take those solutions to market and the level of testing and validation that needs to be done to verify that the output that you're getting from Gen AI is something accurate that we can believe and that our customers can trust.
Yeah, we all have that level of responsibility that we have to make sure that we put forth out there because what we're putting forth out there is going to affect generations to come.
For sure.
Yeah.
And if I can add,
please.
I think I'll make a hook to Will's presentation earlier today because I think there are two things that he mentioned there that are very important why we're building this platform. One of them is less code, right? We want to make sure that our data scientists, they can get much faster to where they need to go without having to reinvent the wheel, right? And the second thing that I want to talk about is that no value for technologies that were already invented, right? There's no reason to reinvent the wheel, try to build infrastructure again. Our platform will enable them to move a lot faster by having all that figured out for them, right?
Yeah. I like it. It takes kind of some of those, the menial things off of their plate so they can really focus on being those experts.
Exactly.
They can focus on science, right? That's what they're good for.
We talk a lot about undifferentiated heavy lifting. We talk a ton about be the best expert that you can on the thing that you're doing, and this is part and parcel to that. If I were working with a bunch of data scientists, I want them doing data sciencey things, not hey, go run this Terraform, hey, go build this app, hey, you need to go put in a storage array that's capable of 1 million IOPS for this HPC workload. It just doesn't make sense.
And I think that actually is a really good reason that embedding Gen AI capabilities in the platform that we're building is really important.
Yeah.
Because people don't always go out and search and read a bunch of documentation to know how to solve something that's right in front of them.
Right.
But if they have a platform that's watching what they're doing in real time and making suggestions based on the work that they've done, how they could get to where they're going, that really raises the level of adoption of the capability, and it really puts us in a position that we can encourage as much reuse as possible. So that's one of the biggest opportunities that we have with the technology.
Yeah, I like that reuse, and then also Pedro, what you said about not having to like reinvent something every single time. So we know that you're using Amazon Q Developer. Tell us a little bit about how you're doing reuse with.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's how we leverage a lot of the Amazon Q, specifically Amazon Q, within the DSC environment. We use in both ways. So one of these looking at how we're building our platform, right? New developers coming in on our team, they come in and they get a lot faster, be able to hit the ground running and delivering like valuable code. So that Q helped us a lot with that.
Yeah, and is that the code repositories that they would have access to, or okay?
Yeah. And the other, so basically Q has access to read all that, understand what's doing, and the developer has an opportunity to ask questions and interact with it.
Okay.
And the second part of that is like how we can enable users of our platform, like the builders, right? Because those are our stakeholders, to come in and have a much easier onboarding time to achieve their goals, right? So that's how we leverage it. And I was particularly very excited. I was talking to Will earlier today about the custom Amazon Q. I think that will be definitely a game changer for us as we grow the DSC as a platform, because then we can make it very curated to the experience that we want our stakeholders to have within DSC on AWS. I think that's going to be definitely a game changer.
Yeah, I like that. That's what we like to hear, you know. And so you're doing that. When you think about that, that's kind of, you know, they see things on the back end, but what is it also doing for the UX or the user experience?
Yeah. So and that's where it comes in. We're able to leverage Amazon Q specifically to create a different experience for our users, right? So it's not only like they're going to go and find documentation, so they have a chatbot available to them that they can ask all the different questions and get comprehensive answers.
It's bringing that QA. So like you said, onboarding. So if I'm starting at Bayer Crop Science, it's my first day, I'm going in there and I'm saying, hey, I want to ask a question. You know,
Right.
I don't want to turn around and ask someone who's back over here working on this really hard problem,
Right.
or maybe they just got pulled into something else. I can sit here and interact with Amazon Q, ask a question, get what I need based on all of this wealth of knowledge that already exists. Yeah.
Correct.
Nice.
Wow. That's a lot to chew on. So I guess I got to ask the million-dollar question. What are you most looking forward to innovating next? You know, what's that next think big idea that you might be munging on right now?
That's a good question, and it's maybe a little bit hard to answer because
Okay.
I think for this reason, I think a lot of the things that are maybe the biggest potential opportunities for us are things that are connected to our R&D pipeline.
Okay.
And of course, things that are that early in our product development process are, you know, pretty proprietary and things that we know or believe are going to contribute to a future competitive advantage for us as a company. So just take my word for it that there's a whole host of things that we're excited about that we can't talk about in detail.
Fine.
But I would say, I mean, the things that we can talk about that, you know, Pedro has been hitting on are probably some of the things that I'm most excited about, because it is all about creating a platform that makes it easy for people to be successful.
Yeah.
And I just think there's so much opportunity. You know, to your point, like sometimes people don't even know the right question to ask.
Yeah.
And that's where I think there's just such a huge opportunity for AI to help people through that journey. And every additional bit of efficiency that we can, you know, deliver to our internal workforce is just, you know, contributing to our ability to accelerate. So I think for me, that's kind of our mission as we create and, you know, maintain technical platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the Gen AI space and figure out how we're going to scale and really harvest. Pun intended. How we can harvest the value of that as we scale throughout the organization. We're talking about, you know, hundreds of data scientists. How we enable them to securely get those ideas to reality and really start getting the value from that. So
Way to combine threads there. I appreciate it. No, but in all honesty, just even having the ability to say, hey, we're matriculating so far back into our pipeline because we are leveraging this technology that is not forcing us to deal with the low-hanging fruit. Even that, I think, in itself is a win. You're able to have those think big, long-term projections by leveraging this software or leveraging technology.
Yeah, and I would just, add like even a more general point of like, we are at such a unique point in time of technology evolution, and not everyone gets to, be part of that and be in the middle of it. And I think that's super exciting that, hey, it might be another, 15 or 20 years before a new comparable, level of impact technology. And a lot of people say like, hey, they can equate, Gen AI and the opportunity and the place that we are at now with the advent of the internet. And, that's the level of impact. And I think just importance of the time that we're living in. And I think that's just so exciting.
Definitely is humbling to be a part of it.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate the time. It has been phenomenal to learn and to see you on the keynote stage and then to grace us with your presence here on AWS OnAir. We are so delighted. We enjoyed hearing about your decision science ecosystem, all of the technologies that you're using within AWS and our generative AI services to make it happen. And we wish you well in your continued innovation.
Well, thanks so much. It was a joy to talk to you guys and really appreciated the opportunity.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we'll be back with more.
Welcome back to AWS On Air. We are here with another launch. They're back to back to back this afternoon. My name is Gigi Behringer. I'm one of your AWS On Air hosts here in New York City for the New York Summit with my dear friend, who I started this morning with and I'm going to end the day with.
There we go.
Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Hey everyone, my name is Adrian San Miguel. I am a principal partner enterprise architect. Still not a bot, working on not being 3 platypi in a trench coat. Hanging out with Gigi again, talking shop, and I understand we're going to be covering something pretty interesting. I understand that we are going to potentially be doing something super live. Is that about accurate? Would you mind introducing yourself and letting us know how many pets you may have at home?
Great. I'm John Brock. I'm a principal product manager here at AWS. And I lead the product team for a brand new product that we launched today, AWS App Studio.
Amazing.
And excited to show it here today.
That sounds like he has 5 pets at home.
That sounds like he has lots of pets.
Well,
and it's his team.
There's actually 2 pets at home.
Okay.
1 giant schnauzer.
Oh.
70 pounds.
Oh, that's amazing.
That is giant.
A real troublemaker.
I really like giant schnauzers, so that's actually fantastic.
And the second
so
is
cool.
the second is a 27-pound golden doodle.
Wow.
Some good-sized dogs. I did see a giant schnauzer. Before we move on to anything AWS related, the Doggist, which is a really awesome Instagram. It's a really awesome Instagram about New York City dogs. Recently posted a giant schnauzer and was talking about how rare they are, especially in the city, and they are so cool. Highly recommend checking out the Instagram, and a shameless plug that I will hope to use to get my own dog on it one day. But in the meantime, we do have a product launch. It launched 2 hours ago. You've had a really pleasant, easy, relaxing day.
Super low key.
Not at all.
Low key. Well, you can't lie to the camera, I guess. Can you tell us about it? Tell us why you're excited about it.
Sure. So AWS App Studio is a brand new generative AI powered service from AWS that makes it easy and fast to build applications for your enterprise.
Wow.
So these are business applications that we use every single day. And typically, most companies haven't prioritized modernization efforts for those. They don't have enough developers to rebuild them. They don't maybe know the language that they're written in even. And so they need a tool to make it easier for more people in their organization to build apps. And so that's what we've delivered.
Amazing.
Wow.
That sounds so simple yet so complex. I know customers, as I used to be a solutions architect, I feel like we used to talk about modernizing apps all the time for different types of companies. Can you give a concrete example of a customer that you're excited about?
Yeah, one example, there's so many. We're working with a company and can't say the exact name.
That's okay.
But they do software and hardware for first responders, so primarily fire departments. And they're modernizing fire departments by converting their legacy radios into voice over IP transponders, cellular devices, kind of walkie-talkie, push-to-talk models, so that wherever you are in the city, even if you're traveling, you can still be connected to your radio. I don't know if you want to carry your fire radio when you go to vacation, but the really value prop for their departments is that these radios are so much more inexpensive, and the old radios have a lot of compatibility issues, and it's just really tough. And they build this transponder and software and cables and connectors to modernize that. But managing all that's really, really painful and tedious. And so they built a full inventory management system with App Studio that tracks all the radios, associates it with customer data that may live in their CRM. And then when they need to send out new parts, they immediately go to that new app built with App Studio, select the right part, get the right compatible part, and are able to ship it.
Wow.
All with this new I want to say feature, but it's not. It's a full service.
It's a full-on service.
It's a full-on service.
And
my brain froze for a second.
Yeah, my brain is freezing too, because just wrapping my head around it, it's just one of those things where
it's really cool.
You think of an old piece of hardware, like chat. Like, I don't know about you, when I was a kid, I would build transistor radios, just all sorts of kit, and be able to just compress that and modernize it so you don't have to take the whole rig with you. It's a big deal. It's revolutionary. There's no other way to put it.
Right.
I would love to see what this looks like.
Me too.
In the console, I would love to see what this looks like for, someone brand new to it. Where are we starting? Where can we find it? And then how do we get going on that? I do think first, though, can you explain, like, if you were to get started on this, what's your knowledge base, bare minimum?
Yeah, so we've built this product to enable what we call the technical professional.
Okay.
So you don't need to know full stack software engineering. You don't need to be a professional developer to build a full stack app on AWS now. And so kind of the bar, kind of the skill level that we recommend is that you're able to understand, maybe not right from scratch, but understand a line or two of JavaScript. And so maybe if you can reason about a simple Boolean operator, for example, or you can write a simple conditional statement, you can use this product. And it'll be a full stack app, written in real code, deployed to serverless AWS technology. And the generative AI capabilities generate tens of thousands of lines of code under the scenes for you, and you don't even have to see it.
That's very cool. Okay. Are you ready?
I am super ready.
I'm ready. Let's see it. Let's dive into it. We're going to first pull up, I think, what is this? The AWS App Studio. This is just your plain hub. And this is a website that looks like it's an AWS website, but is this in the console?
It's not in the console. So definitely we hear from our customers very strongly that IT governance and visibility is really important for a tool like this, because apps built throughout your organization may lead to app sprawl, may lead to data access concerns. And so, we want to make sure from a customer-obsessed point of view that we give IT visibility into what's being done inside their organization. And so you do enable this and do some administrative controls from the console. But this property, this hub that we're looking at here, is fully off console, because those technical professionals that we're enabling now, they don't use the AWS console. They don't have access.
That's a fair point.
They don't
fair point, John.
They don't know what a DynamoDB is, or a Lambda.
In fairness, neither do I. Okay, just cards on the table.
We just slip him notes under the table, literally.
He's going to read anything on a teleprompter.
Yeah. Don't mind us.
So, and the advantage of this is it is a AWS website. We run it. It's a console experience, not in AWS console, but you log into this using your standard corporate identity.
Okay.
So, in Amazon we have our own. Other customers use Okta or Ping or OneLogin or all sorts of Active Directory services. You don't have to remember new credentials or anything. You just log in with your standard corporate credentials.
Got it.
One less thing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
All right.
And then what?
So here we are in the Builder Hub.
Mm-hmm.
We see a few extra things in here because I'm also an admin. It happens to be for this instance.
Okay.
So you see the admin kind of functionality at the top. This allows me to define who can use the product as an admin. Who can be a builder, who can use apps published with this product. I can also pre-approve connectors to data sources. So I can connect to my Aurora, my Redshift, my RDS, my S3, my Lambdas, and I can set up granular security policies for those connections so that what the builder can use inside their product matches my expectation, right? So I can really control what data is being accessed and modified and updated by setting up these granular security policies. But then as a builder, I log in here, I land in the Builder Hub. I can see the applications that I built myself. I can see other applications that have been shared with me. But we can build an app from scratch. And here we need a little participation. And just to prove that it's a live demo, which I was advised not to do, we're going to try it.
We are the, I think, epicenter of live demos at AWS.
Yeah, we're a little on the Maverick side of that. We encourage
We love a live demo.
Great.
Yes. So you said you need some recommendations on what we want to build.
Yeah, that's right. So on the left here, you see that we have a little input for a prompt. This allows us to describe the app we want to build. If we're out of ideas and the day's just been too long and we have no creativity left, there's a bunch of samples on the right that we can start from.
Got it.
But I'm guessing we have a few more interesting ideas that we can think of at this table.
Let's see. Is there anyone in the chat? We're going to give the chat an opportunity here. I'm watching.
Me too.
But if not, we did tell Adrian he was required to be creative this afternoon. We did put that input into the robot.
Well, the Adrian robot is kind of indexing on the IT inventory management. That was the first thing that popped into my head. Look, hey, help me understand the total inventory that I have of a Linux OS that is running this certain version of a library and is capable of hosting a lamp stack. It was just something that every single partner that I ever speak to, they struggle, and I do emphasize struggle.
Oh, could you zoom in a little bit? My eyes are just exhausted today also
all
when
good.
you get the chance.
Yep. They stress the criticality of being able to know exactly what's running where, how, and then contextualize specifically what they're looking for to avoid just getting 20 pages of stuff that they got to still sort through and try to figure out. That's the immediate thing that comes to mind.
All right, so he took everything you just said and turned it into, as a sysadmin, I want to track down software versions for my IT and software services team. We should record the versions of the software and send notifications to owners via email when the versions became outdated.
Yes, that's exactly it. Thank you for taking operator speak into plain English. I appreciate it.
That was a really good translation.
That was a fantastic
actually.
translation.
It's the Brock LM. It's a brand new model.
Is it available in Bedrock yet?
Not quite.
Coming
Private
soon.
beta.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Private beta
like
needs
that.
to be accepted.
All right, so I just hit
Venmo's accepted for the private beta.
I just hit send here.
Okay.
From here, what you're looking at is a whole cloud development environment that we spin up and create for you as the builder. This is also where our generative AI agents run and execute. So the first step they're going to do is look at that prompt, and they're going to try to distill the requirements for your application from that prompt. Optionally, before we got started, you could select an existing data store if you wanted to pull that into the app. Because we were creating something off the cuff, we don't have existing data. So we just need to create a brand new app, and we need to store net data. And so App Studio is going to enable us to do that. And so what we'll do is just take a look at the requirements that this generated. So on the right, you can see from that prompt, we generated some use cases. So as an admin, I want to view the list of all tracked software and their versions. As an admin, I want to add new software that can be tracked. As an admin, I want to update the versions. As an owner, I want to receive email notifications. Like, these are the jobs to be done that a product manager or a consultant or a project manager would spend hours creating. We eliminate that need, and we distill them into a way that the app can be generated from them. We get down here even more granular. We talk about user flows through the app. So we talk about what an admin's going to do, what a user's going to do, and this informs everything that's eventually going to end up in that generated app. And then the data source. So this is software. We're tracking software and software versions. If we wanted to, we could describe a change on the left and revise the requirement. So if it missed something or there was a requirement we wanted to add, we could do that. I think for the sake of time today, this is kind of the base version of what Adrian described.
This
and
is
so,
great.
I could look at the README. We generate a README for you, so you don't have to type all this out, right? This tells you exactly what the app does, key features, what the usage is, and then all I have to do is hit Generate App. And so what we do through this series and this process is distill those requirements from the prompt, generate the README, and then use all that contextual data and optionally data sources that you've selected and generate this full stack app for you. And then once it's generated, it's available in this visual builder experience.
Oh,
and so
very cool.
from here, you can edit the app, or you can immediately preview. So let's go ahead, and we're just going to, since we're doing this live, we're just going to preview it immediately.
Perfect.
Okay.
So we've done no changes, no modifications, and this is just the first run of the app that it generated. Took about 60 seconds end to end from a prompt to a running app. And so now you've got a full stack app. This is a React-based front end, TypeScript backend, Nest.js under the covers. As a builder, I don't need to worry about any of that, but it's a real app just like a developer would write. But I didn't have to know any software development skills to create this app. And so as you can see here, we land, we get the software table. So this is a table view of all the software versions in our system. We scroll over. Maybe we want to make updates. So there's a really simple CRUD
cool.
screen, that makes it super easy to modify any of the data that sits in my IT stack, if you will. So we could also add some new software versions. So maybe we call this, the version 2.3.45 name. We'll say this is the Schnauzer stack. It's a tongue twister. I don't even know if I'm writing that correctly, but. Let's say this is, jtest at sample.com. and we can give a notified date. So this is that notification date that we talked about before. And when we submit this is going to save. And if we look at that software table, you can see that we've immediately stored this data row into our database. And just as a quick reminder, this is just like a local dev environment. So it's not actually updating your data in production live. This is a fully encapsulated local experience that allows you to test your application before you deploy it. And then we offer a full CI/CD pipeline that allows you to deploy version changes to a test and then ultimately a production environment. And those environments are running on standard AWS serverless technology.
Very cool. So you can choose to have this launched in your AWS environment. Could you go into that AWS environment and if you wanted to change it, do you have to go through App Studio if you want to make any changes to the app, or once it's fully launched, can you make those changes in your normal AWS functioning?
Yeah, great question. So one of the real value propositions for App Studio is that we fully manage these applications and all the infrastructure to run them.
Okay.
So the applications themselves are deployed into an account and into a service environment that we host and manage. So my engineering team is carrying the pager for the apps that you publish. So you don't need a whole DevOps team to run your applications anymore.
Okay.
And so you don't have direct access to the code today. You do come to our visual building experience so that you can make changes and modifications to the application. But I think for your audience, the thing that's really interesting here is that while we generated this, there was no code, nothing that you had to touch, right, to get this first run, which is pretty close to what we described, I think. At every point, whether it be in the UI, the presentation layer, the business logic, or the data model, it's very simple to add small customizations using JavaScript. And so as a technical professional, if you can reason about that 1 or 2 line of JavaScript, or you're a developer looking to use this product, you don't have to learn a new custom language or a DSL or a software description language that doesn't make sense, right? So you can see that here in the product. We may write a conditional statement to determine when this is visible.
Okay.
Or we may conditionally hide certain elements depending on your specific requirements for your app. The product itself is oriented around these 3 modes: pages, automations, and data.
Okay.
So this corresponds to your UI pages, your business logic, and the data model. So your business logic here, you can see we had the update form and the add hardware form. These are APIs. Think of these as APIs, but they're multi-step composite APIs or business logic flows. So in this flow that's connected to our form that we generated, this is going to save that record, and then it's going to send an email to either the manager or the owner of that software stack so that they can go review it, go approve it, go upgrade the library after it expires, something like this. This is all suggested, though, by the generative AI capabilities within the product.
That's cool. That's a little dense. It took me a second. That's super cool.
Yeah, this is kind of a showstopper. I mean, to be able to empower a technical professional that can, just like me, meander their way through clacking together a couple lines of Java.
Yeah.
To be able to go from idea to functioning app, point it to your data source, and go and actually be able to get meaningful insights to it, that's huge. I cannot count the number of times in the last month I've had somebody, a business counterpart, say, I got an idea for a generative AI app, and here's my idea, but I don't know where to get started. I'm not a prompt engineer. I don't know how to do X, Y, Z. Handing the reins over to them for this is huge. That's less of a technical burden on, even just internally, on my team and the teams that I work with. It also goes so far as to empower the business users in this particular example to go and not wait for us. They can go and at least get started. They need help refining. Yeah, absolutely, we'll help you out. But to get that first good step forward, idea to prod in a couple of minutes, it's kind of crazy.
It's actually insane.
Yeah, it is.
I'm curious. So when we look at this big picture and we say, like, right, this could empower someone so easily, and then you kind of drop in that there is some aspect of generative AI on the back end, making this more productive and helping come up with these ideas. Can you give a sense of, at a really big scale, how that generative AI is increasing the impact that someone could have here?
Sure. So I think there's a few different aspects. You saw one of the main ones, which is our getting started experience. So that really takes that prompt, combines it with contextual data about your data sources, the data schema, generate those requirements, and then ultimately generate this app. There's a lot of back-end systems that we've implemented to build these capabilities with, but it all starts with Bedrock. So we built this product on Bedrock. We're using multiple models under the scenes. And what I would say is it's a very agentic type of workflow where there's multiple different Gen AI processes or agents working in concert together to complete certain tasks. The easiest example to demonstrate is that when we previewed this app, you see a bunch of sample data generated in here. And that helps me test my application without creating a bunch of random data myself. Well, that's one particular agent that's been tuned to generate sample data that fits a schema.
Okay.
But that's a specific task. And for that task, we also offer that within the product. So on the top right, you can see a button that says generate more sample data.
That's cool.
And so you don't even know that this is generative AI under the scenes or that we're invoking a Bedrock-based agentic flow. But you can do that directly from the UI as well. And so we use that, and we can reuse it in our getting started experience because of the way we're composing and having these agents work together.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Adrian's mind is blown.
Yeah, it's blown.
He keeps making funny faces.
I'm making funny faces because the little hamster wheel's going. I'm running out of grease at this point. But in all seriousness, the ability to just get started and remove that undifferentiated heavy lifting from folks, it's one of those things that we as technologists, I've made mention of this before today, we lose sight of that sometimes. It's like, oh, just go build a thing, go run a cloud formation, have a sandwich. Great, but if you don't do this every day, that's a lift. Hey, go customize these Terraform variables. That's a lift. To be able to go to any entity, any individual in the company and say, hey, here are your guardrails or your parameters, go build something and let's go experiment. This is, it cannot be understated that being able to build something like this and then know and have the warm and fuzzies about the data being kept secure and having granular access control, it takes the mystery out of it. You don't need to go and wait for a group of specialist individuals to go help you build and deploy. You could just go off on your own, feed it the data, and tune as you go. That's
AM said it earlier, we're really meeting people where they're at.
Exactly.
And that is obviously a principle of AWS when it comes to all of our launches. I said this earlier, and I say it over and over, but I love it. I love that we're holding on to these principles, and we're meeting people where they're at. We're giving, accessibility to this type of functionality in different ways that, does make a really big impact on their job function.
Yeah, this is legitimately something that I can really appreciate. I work with a lot of different partners that shapes and sizes, and many of them are working with customers that have never seen cloud. The advent of AI is just a complete mystery to them. But to be able to almost to a very high degree oversimplify and have something that can be easily consumed and explained and workflowed. This is something that, exactly to your point, meeting them where they are, I think it's going to pay not only dividends for them, but for the end business. This is going to empower everybody to go out and solve problems. I gotta say, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well done, and congratulations.
Thank you. We're really excited, and excited to see what customers build with the product and the feedback that we get. And it's been a busy day, but appreciate the time and appreciate you having me on the show today.
Of course, but before we lose you, where can people learn more? Where can people get going? Where is all this stuff online?
Absolutely. So there's going to be a few links dropped into the chat.
Okay.
But from AWS's landing page, I believe it's aws.amazon.com/app-studio.
Okay.
And that gives you sort of all the high-level messaging points and all the features and an overview about the pricing. And I'll kind of leave a teaser that it's very disruptive pricing model in this industry. So
that is a teaser.
I'd leave that as an exercise for the reader to go investigate, but we're pretty excited about that as well.
Fantastic.
That has links to the console where you can enable it and learn more, get started, go through some tutorials.
Great. Well, thank you again so much, and congratulations. Thank you all for watching. We'll be right back.
My name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a principal developer advocate with the AWS Training Live team, joined with my good friend Trevor.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I'm happy to be here. I am Trevor Spires. I am a solutions architect with AWS's fintech business, and I am pumped up to talk about a little bit of game-based learning with one of my faves, generative AI. If you haven't heard of that,
I thought you were gonna say me.
No, well, okay. That would be hard if I had to choose between you and generative AI, to be honest, because generative AI is going to change the world. But maybe you will too. I'm going to put my money on you, Aaron. I'm going to put my money on you.
I'm going to put my money on the chat. So, hey, chat, let us know if you've ever heard of game-based learning with AWS and what your thoughts are for what we're going to talk about today. Now, Trevor, what kind of game-based learning are we going to talk about while the chat is typing away?
What kind of game-based learning? Well, we're going to be talking about, if you haven't heard of it, something called AWS Cloud Quest, which I'm a fan of because it does there's some nice like quiz type learnings and but more importantly, there's these learning paths where you can actually get hands-on with AWS generative AI technology.
Yeah, and AWS Cloud Quest is part of the AWS Skill Builder platform. So if you haven't heard of that, you can go to skillbuilder.aws. You can also click on the link that we have in the chat here pretty soon. But what we can see here on the screen when Trevor said Cloud Quest, it magically appeared. It's very much like magic. It is the game-based learning platform. You can develop some in-demand cloud skills in this immersive role-playing simulation. So the cool thing about it being a simulation is that you get some hands-on experience because it's a lab environment that you don't have to pay for because you can get started for free. We're using Cloud Practitioner. Now, Trevor, Cloud Practitioner is a good starting point, but if someone wants to dive deeper into generative AI, you mentioned these what were they? The labs, the roles, right? These
That's
additional
right.
roles.
That's right. That's
so
right.
people can subscribe for that. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Cloud Quest comes with like a number of roles aligned to. I don't know how many there are these days. If you know, you should say the number, Aaron. But aligned to all these different specialties and of
the
course,
number, Aaron. I don't know, but
we don't.
You know what we can do?
There's a lot.
We can scroll down and find out.
All right.
Yeah. So there's role specific skills. You can earn your badge, Cloud Practitioner. That one's free, but the rest do require a subscription. So Solutions Architect, Trevor. Hi, that's you.
Hi, I like that one. I'm a fan. That's what I do. Hi, Mom. I'm a Solutions Architect.
Hi, Mom. Serverless developer, machine learning. That's right up the Gen AI alley, right? So there's Amazon SageMaker. We'll talk about that later.
Definitely.
There's security, data analytics, kind of related to generative AI, like cleaning data, maybe.
I would say very much related. You know, you gotta analyze, clean, move around data. Really, you have to build a data foundation before you can harness a lot of your organization's data with generative AI. So I'll count it. It's related. It's related.
Okay. And securing your data. So you can leverage the power
it's all,
of the security.
It's all connected, man. You still need networking. You still need security. You still need to design well-architected systems, but we just got to apply it to this new lovely technology.
At the end of the day, our generative AI builders, not just the consumers, the ones who jump into Amazon Bedrock and type a couple prompts, but those who are designing and building these applications are the ones who would probably most benefit from taking all the roles.
I would say so. And I would say what's great is if you're already like an AWS user, like a lot of that existing AWS knowledge that you have around security, around designing AWS systems can be applied to this wild new frontier.
Exactly. And speaking of the wild new frontier, let's jump into how they can get access to these through that subscription model. So if you click on that, it tells you all about the subscription for AWS Skill Builder. $29 a month is your starting individual monthly subscription plan. And that gets you access beyond just the free stuff. I mean, you do get 600 free courses, but you can get access to Cloud Quest and Builder Labs and everything by paying for the full model. And the cool thing about it is like you get access to everything for $29 a month. So
I want to draw attention actually to it says 1,000 plus lab experiences. So you might be familiar with like the popular the long-lived AWS free tier, but there's a lot of things that if you wanted to experiment with an AWS, your credit card would start to get charged. Like for example, the lab that we're going to show you today, fine tuning an LLM with SageMaker. And so I like to point that out because there's really so much value in getting to go deep into AWS services that may not actually qualify for the free tier because there's some compute run under the hood that somebody's got to pay for. So this is nice. It's nice to have a sandbox environment and with access to thousands of labs. Well, 1,000.
Exactly. 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So over 1,000. It could be thousands, but it's at least 1,000. And then because we've had the page pulled up for so long, people have probably done the math in their mind, like 29 a month, it doesn't really equal 29 times 12, do the math, carry the one. That's less than 449. Well, I'm going to tell you, you don't get access to the AWS digital classroom courses with the monthly plan. So if you pay for it as an annual subscription, you get access to the digital classroom so you can take classes at your own pace too. But we're not here for that. We're here to talk about AWS Cloud Quest and generative AI, which is this right here.
That looks like a draft to me. Are drafts generative AI?
This is Cloudia. So Cloudia from the AWS Cloud. See what they did?
Oh, wait. Cloudia. Like Claudia, but like cloud. Okay, yeah, I see. Yes, I see what they did there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cheeky.
Okay.
Cheeky.
So cheeky. All right. So Cloudia here is our mascot for AWS Cloud Quest. I actually have Cloudia is right here on my shirt. But Cloudia is repping these generative AI goggles, these virtual reality goggles here, and hovers through the entire city. You actually create your own character. I'll show you that here in just a few moments. But there are 15 different solutions or labs, as some people call them, but the solutions here allow people to get some cloud computing essentials. I'll zoom in a bit for all of our friends across the room. So here we can see cloud computing essentials. You talk about Amazon S3, AWS, Amazon EC2. Those are your first two solutions or your first two labs out of the 15. Now there's 13 others that go a little bit deeper into generative AI. There's the introduction to generative AI, and then there's fine-tuning large language models on Amazon SageMaker, or the LLMs as large language models. And it just keeps going and going and going even deeper into the world of generative AI. Trevor, which one of these should we maybe get started with today?
I'm going to say I really want to take a look at one of these fine-tuning options, just because I know that that's something that isn't always available to learners in like an Amazon free tier. So I think that's a great example of one that that you might want to take a look at. And by the way, while we're on this page, if you scroll to the top of the options here, I just want to point out like another thing that I'm just realizing about this is like you could come in, go down. Wait, not that high, not that high. Right here, stop. All right, we say if you don't have a lot of Amazon experience, like we're setting you up with also the foundations with like S3 and EC2, which by the way, if you want to get into this world of AI and machine learning, you need to know how to interact with these two services, especially S3, because that's where you're going to put a lot of your training data or data that you need to load into your model. So it's I caught that, and I just wanted to point out it's kind of cool. You don't necessarily need to even have a lot of AWS prereq knowledge. You could pop right in and start with the foundational services like S3, EC2, and then throw yourself right into the deep end with SageMaker.
Right into the deep end. And we're going to do that with these fine-tuning large language models on Amazon SageMaker. Yeah, that's what I think I heard you say. So the first thing is once you're signed in, let me zoom out a bit for all of our friends here who scooted closer. All right. So it is part of the AWS Skill Builder subscription. So once you're signed in, once you have your account created, then you get access to the Cloud Quest generative AI role here. And the cool thing about it is once we click on this, boom, we are signed into the game. Well, we have to start the game first, right? So here's the main landing page. You can go to cloudquest.skillbuilder.aws. We'll have a link in the chat for all of our friends. But once we click start game, then that's going to pull up our loading page, and it's going to show us like the first introduction to the game here. Now, Trevor,
wait, hold up. Do I need an AWS account to log into this, Aaron?
No, you need an AWS Skill Builder account, but not an AWS account. So that's pretty cool. You don't actually need one. But Trevor, you've played AWS Cloud Quest before. While this is loading, what's your favorite thing about the game?
I've grown out of this in later in my life, but digitally, I have to say I'm a bit of a digital hoarder. I like accumulating pets. I'm not gonna lie. I like accumulating pets. This is a game where that you can get a lot of some pet. Miss Gorilla is that her? Is that their name?
I think so. Yeah.
So yeah, I like collecting pets. I also I also like shooting drones with like the little laser gun. Like I've spent way too much time doing that. And then of course like the moments where I'm actually in the hands-on labs are always fun because like that's where for me when I get hands-on like the drafts are cool and fun and the pets are fun, but like when it comes to learning, I want to jump into the console. I want to start building stuff, and so I like that there's
Right.
like a guided way to just help you flow into that naturally. And if you get bored, you can start shooting drones and playing with gorillas.
There really is a guided way. And one thing we can see is, well, you talk about the drones, here they are flying over us. We can see that we have the generative AI solution already built out, this role built out. So the guided way is, let's say if you don't know how to get there, a really easy guide, because it says like there's a recertify, you have cloud practitioner, data analytics. It tells you how many of the solutions that you need to complete before you get that role or the badge for that role. So let's say if you're already in cloud practitioner, and I'm going to go ahead and choose that, this is what would be a very similar experience for you. So I'm going to switch over to that role real quick. And then it's going to switch me back over to the cloud practitioner role. It says 100%. Woot, woot. But here we have the cloud practitioner role. And I'm going to show everyone what it looks like to switch back over to generative AI solutions. So click that one and click choose and then confirm. Okay. And here we go.
Look at us. We did it. We're now in the generative AI role.
All right, and there we are. So we are now inside of our generative AI role, our path. It's going to be a really great way for us to break down. Now, this little cell phone XR device icon thing, you can click on that, and it'll show you what the different solutions are that you have available to you. You can go ahead and click on Route and Go, and I've played the game quite a bit. Trevor, I asked you what your favorite part was. You said pets. My favorite part is these different like vehicles that you can jump on. There's like a paper airplane. There's a hoverboard. You have a horse on a wagon. I wish they would bring like an alien spaceship. I want to jump in a spaceship.
Okay, yeah, that would be good. First I was like, wait, you want to like get on an alien shoulders and like have them like walk you around a UFO or some spaceship.
I was visually going there, but then I thought through that one. Hey, CloudQuest team, formal request. Can we get a spaceship that I can jump into and hover around? Maybe it's already a thing.
Yeah, we're gonna need to submit a feature request for that one, for sure.
Right. So the cool thing about what's happening now is you don't have to like navigate through the CloudQuest universe to try to find this person that you're going to talk to and help them solve that solution, because it's doing all that work for you. Now, this is our first person that we just navigated toward, but Trevor, you said you wanted to go through the large language model conversation. So fine tuning an LLM with Amazon SageMaker, you can click show me and jump directly into that, or we can route and go, and I see it way back here. There's a hot air balloon. Gosh, I love hot air balloons, right?
You ever been on a hot air balloon, Aaron?
I have never been on a hot air balloon. No. I've been in a basket on a ground.
Okay. I've never been one either, but I went to a festival one time somewhere in Arizona. It was really cool. A lot of hot air balloons. And I remember.
But
so,
were they on the ground?
They were not. They were in the sky. That's why it was so cool.
Okay. Hey, chat, let us know if you've ever been to in a hot air balloon. Let us know if you've ever been at a hot air balloon festival. Let us know if you've ever touched a hot air balloon or if you've never seen a hot air balloon in person. I don't know, all the options. Favorite emoji for engagement. Okay. Do the survey, the on-air survey. We'll have a link somewhere. All right. So here we are again still within CloudQuest, and we have fine-tuning an LLM on Amazon SageMaker. There's two people talking to each other. One person is me, the other person is Trevor. I'll let you take your pick, Trevor.
I'm a man without hair, and I always want to be somebody that is blessed with hair. So I'm going to choose the left hand side with the buns on top. That's what I'm going with.
Okay, so we're going to say Prince Trevor with the Prince Trevor buns. Got it.
Prince Trevor with the Princess Leia Prince Trevor buns. That's right.
Right. I mean, they have glasses. They're not the yellow glasses that you vibe with quite often, but you got them. Please tell me you have them.
Always, I got these yellow glasses, man. When I need to put a vibe on.
Full. There we are.
We have just entered a vibe, folks. Everything's yellow and it's groovy.
Yellow mellow vibe town. All right, so here we are. Trevor, go ahead. Tell us the problem that you're trying to work through.
Okay, well, hello there. I need to drive some innovation. So we're exploring the use of fine-tuning AI models over here in CloudQuest land. I'm thrilled at the idea of working with pre-trained LLMs. Can you tell me more about the benefits? of LLMs and generative AI?
Why, yes, I can. And as a player of the game, for each of you who are watching live today, you can actually click through this and you right here. So this is me on the right hand side, the player of the game. Certainly, fine-tuning LLMs with internal data is a powerful technique in generative AI. These models pre-train on vast amounts of data. And the cool thing about this entire scenario is if you keep clicking back and forth through it, then the context changes and it builds out the scenario for you to solve, which is why this is called a solution. So we'll go ahead and keep clicking through it. Do it on your own terms. Please do read through it, understand what you're getting yourself into before you jump over to accepting the agreement. Now, Trevor, do you want to close us out?
Can you show us how to fine-tune
Yes, let's do
LLMs
it.
by using sample custom data, please?
Yeah. Yes. Thanks for helping us. Let's go ahead and start it. Now, what's going to happen next is we do have some diagrams that get shown up on the screen. But Trevor, what if I don't understand these services that we're going to use with this generative AI fine-tuning LLM thing?
Ooh, that's a good question. I wonder if anybody's thought about that. They have, if you look at the left-hand side of this here screen, you're going to see if there's something you're not familiar with. Let's say, for example, you understand a little S3, you understand a little CloudFront, but you want to understand a little bit of what API Gateway does. You just click into that little section and you're going to get an overview of the concept of how that service works, which is very helpful as you're trying to learn quickly. It's all embedded into this interface.
Which one of these services should we maybe learn more about specific to generative AI in this context?
Well, in this context, we're probably going to want to learn about SageMaker.
All right, so we'll click on Amazon SageMaker. It's going to pull it up here. And it's an overview of Amazon SageMaker. It's currently talking to me. I got to mute that because it's distracting me a little bit. But hopefully it won't be distracting for you when you're walking through it and learning about it, because it's going to talk to you about what Amazon SageMaker is, how you can best apply it, and then help you be prepared within these 3 minutes here to take this solution or walk through the rest of the lab. Now, the lab doesn't leave you there with just the video and say like, ha, good luck. No. The lab actually walks you through step by step with these different architecture diagrams of what you're going to do, what you're going to build out, where you're going to go through the architecture diagram as you jump into the actual lab itself, which is an AWS account that is provisioned by CloudQuest for you as part of your subscription model.
That's right. That's right. So if you walk through this all the way, we're going to walk you through how to like fine tune a large language model, which is a pretty sophisticated thing that I would say a lot of organizations are thinking about right now. Because if you just to zoom out, right? If you are or you work at a company, let's say a company that's been around for more than 10 years, that company's probably sitting on a lot of data, a lot of proprietary data, a lot of customer data, a lot of data that helps them do their business better already. So fine tuning really just allows a company to take that existing data and train or adjust to tweak one of these powerful LLMs to learn a new skill or become good at something in their domain. The word that's used oftentimes is domain adaptation. I like that word. It makes me sound smart when I say domain adaptation. But it is helpful. Like let's say out of the box, the LLM doesn't know about your domain or like the jargon of your business. This is a great example of a time when you could use fine tuning to get a little bit more out of those LLMs.
Exactly. And we walked through this whole diagram to understand this domain adaptation necessity that we need, right? So I'm going to go back a little bit so we can kind of walk through and talk about it a bit here. But Trevor, in this first diagram, then in the solution, a pre-trained large language model, LLM, is fine-tuned for specific tasks or that domain adaptation that you said, yeah? And then the second step here, what are we looking at?
The second step. Oh, yeah. Right now, what you're looking at is basically this is showcasing the environment that you're going to have to log into. Basically, whenever you are developing in SageMaker, you're going to use a notebook or like maybe SageMaker Studio. But really, it looks like we're going to load some FAQs. So like there's a data set of FAQs that we're going to load using SageMaker Studio. We're going to prep that data and then using SageMaker and SageMaker APIs will actually run a fine-tuning job on a underlying large language model. We got
Lambda function is used, yeah.
Lambda functions, yes.
Interface, yep.
all these bits and pieces. That I would say that whole like the whole row at the bottom is really just about connecting your end users to your application, allowing a user to maybe send in a prompt, and then everything above that bottom line, the SageMaker, the S3, the Studio, those are all the pieces in the data necessary to actually tame the large language model with your custom data.
Exactly. So when we say like for the builders out there, like you're building all the stuff up here, but then you're allowing your users to access your large language model through this endpoint, right? So you're building both the endpoint that's accessible publicly or privately if you so desire, and then you're also fine tuning the data sets using data analytics or data normalization techniques or whatever you might need to do. But this allows you to load that clean data into your large language model and then grant access to your users to that large language model through these different endpoints. Now we can click over to the plan section here. We have two different labs. There's the practice lab and the goals of the practice lab. And then we have the DIY section, which is where you can prove that we've taught you something or that you've learned something, or you can skip straight to the DIY if you want to. If you so choose, you could.
That's hard mode. Go straight to the DIY without any guidance.
Hard mode. Right? So we'll go over to the practice area, and then here we see is fine-tuning LLM on Amazon SageMaker with 43 steps. Now, we don't have a lot of time to show you all of this, but we will take just a few moments here to kind of walk you through what some of these steps might look like. But as you click through the steps, it's going to walk you through the management console and where you should click. So if you've never done this before, you don't have to worry. You can actually do it exactly as it's showing you and click through, and they do maintain this too. So the CloudQuest team maintains the screenshots and the labs and the solutions. And if you see any issues, or if you're like, it's confusing or that's wrong, click the report a bug button down here at the bottom and let them know. And they do listen. Hey, Curtis, good to see you. All right, so we can go ahead and click all the way through here because I think we have about 1 minute left before we're getting kicked off the stage. But hey, everyone, go through all 43 steps, do the DIY, see if you can get through or do the practice solution. That's the one that we just looked at right here. Go through the DIY and then validate that you've learned something by testing it. So you input your SageMaker endpoint and your model name, and it's going to check to make sure that you've done the tasks here within your solution. Trevor, what should we close out with before we leave our friends to go solve this solution and prove to us? How do they prove to us that they've done it?
Well, that's a great question. I was just thinking, if today is New York Summit, I would say if somebody manages to go through this lab and fine tune their own model, and then maybe tag me and Aaron on LinkedIn or send us a message and let us know that you finished it, that would be an incredible feat. We'll reshare your post. We'll give you some thumbs up. Maybe we'll even find something special for the first person that lets us know that they finish his lab. But I'd love to know if anybody watching this gets in there, fine tunes their first model, or even just gets access to this generative AI solution path. I think that would be incredible. What do you think?
It would be. Yeah. And you know what? We're going to be back later today, right? So we're actually going to be live sitting next to each other, not just like stacked on top of each other. Let's get rid of that stack. Okay. Hold on. And boom. There we go. So now we're sitting next to each other again. And boom. If you happen to do this before we're live later, we'll shout you out live. But thank you, Trevor, for all of your help today. Telling us about large language models.
And you need to be here when we're live later, because I think we have like a super cool launch that we can't talk about yet, but shh, come join us. Come join us.
All right. Stay tuned, everyone. Don't forget, do the AWS OnAir survey. There's going to be a link in the chat, so that way you can make sure to provide your feedback. Thank you to our ASL interpreters, to our wonderful behind-the-scenes staff. Thank you to Trevor. And thank you to all of you for being here. Stay tuned for more from AWS OnAir. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to AWS On Air. I am Jasmine Kiles, one of your hosts that's been here on the journey with you throughout the day. And I am joined by my lovely co-host.
Thanks for having me.
How are you?
It's good to be here. My
Who
first
are you?
AWS. Who am I?
Who are you? It's your first AWS OnAir
First
segment.
AWS Summit as an on-air host.
Yeah.
Folks tuning in, my name is Robbie Belson. I'm a developer advocate at Cover Edge Portfolio. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, good. Are you pumped for your first segment on the summit?
Started off nice and early, 9:15 a.m., had a session talking generative AI.
Yeah.
Now we get to continue that theme of machine learning and builder tools and optimization and continue the journey going.
I'm most excited for this topic that we have going here, coming up here. So tell us who we have joining us here on the stage.
Absolutely. I'll let the guests introduce themselves.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Rishabh. I'm a senior product manager with Amazon SageMaker. Really excited to be here and talk to you about inference optimization capabilities, which we recently launched.
Hi, my name is Dmitry Soldatkin. I am a senior ML specialist solution architect. I work on the SageMaker inference. Really happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
So maybe just to level set to kick things off, starting with you, Rishabh, as you think about the landscape here, training, fine-tuning, deploying models, we're going to talk today about model optimization. And it's no secret that it's complex, it can be expensive. Were those sort of the problem statements that you were seeing that motivated the release of this feature?
Sure. So I can give you some context, right, why we invested in building this particular feature. So if you look at customer use cases, it varies from use cases and requirements. It varies from a particular application to another application. For example, a chatbot, customers want to prioritize and focus on latency because it's super critical to offer a great interactive experience to end users. Similarly, for real-time applications, which are very high traffic, like fraud detection use case, right? In that case, you have millions of transactions per day, and you want to optimize for throughput. So the target metric, and it varies from use case to use case, right? And what customers today try to do specifically with generative AI models is to optimize them in order to achieve those particular metric, right? And they want to optimize for either cost or optimize for performance. Now, there are open source libraries which allow them to do that, like VLLM, wherein they can particularly optimize with techniques such as speculative decoding or quantization or compilation, and through that they can improve the price and the performance for their workload. But the entire process is very tedious and it time-taking because they have to go through a lot of open source documentation, figure out what is the right library to use, then they have to figure out which is the right container to use, model server to use. Right. They have to iteratively benchmark and prototype, and then understand if the final performance and cost metrics matches their expectations. And once they are sure, then they go into production. But this entire process would take about a month to 2 months, right? So with this new feature that we launched with SageMaker, we are essentially offering an end-to-end toolkit wherein customers can come and say that, okay, for this particular model, I want to optimize it with speculative decoding, and they can run an optimization job ahead of time. Then they can trigger a benchmarking job and look at the performance metrics. And once they are confident that this is the right model and optimized model, they can then deploy in one click. So we're making this entire process much more simpler, so customers can optimize and deploy models on Amazon SageMaker within a day, right?
Yeah.
Which would earlier take a month, right? So that significantly improves the time to market for generative AI applications. And it also helps them reduce their cost and burden for their DevOps teams.
Yeah, I like how you're calling out, the amount of time reduction, right, as well as the amount of cost, right? By saving that time, you're also inherently also saving cost. So tell me a little bit about, you keep mentioning the customer. What types of customers did you build this for?
So we are specifically focusing on customers who are evaluating open source generative AI models like Llama, Mistral, or Mixtral. So a lot of customers are using these open source models, fine-tuning it, then deploying it on SageMaker today in order to, across a spectrum of applications, as I said, right? It could be fraud detection, it could be product recommendation, or chatbots.
Okay, awesome. So, you have a demo?
Yes, we do have a demo.
Let's see the demo, and then we'll see if we have some questions coming in here on Twitch for us.
Absolutely. So let's see the demo. As Rishabh mentioned, we have 2 ways to employ this new inference optimization toolkit. We can do it from the SageMaker Python SDK, or we can do it from the Jumpstart UI. We will start with SageMaker Python SDK. And in this demo, I'm going to walk you through deploying a Meta Llama 3 7TB model, which is a big model, from Jumpstart using different optimization techniques. So let's get started. The first use case is deploying the model using speculative decoding, and we will be using SageMaker provided draft model. Just a really quick, the speculative decoding is a technique to employ a second model. We call it a draft model, which is smaller and it works faster. So basically, the draft model generates the output, and big model just validate the output. So that's in a nutshell how you achieve basically speed up in inference. We will be using our model builder class. It's a really easy way to deploy SageMaker models. Really easy, just using model builder. You create a model builder objects. And model builder objects has some additional techniques. For example, you can display predefined benchmark matrix, and yeah, that's how you do that. And you can see that we already tested this model on a different instance types and with different configuration, with and without speculative decoding.
So this gives you a benchmark from which to measure how much incremental performance am I getting from this inference optimization toolkit.
Yeah, exactly. And it gives you an idea of what to use. For example, you know that you will have, for example, 32 concurrent users, and you want to achieve some, I don't know, token latency like 20 milliseconds, for example, and that gives you a better idea what to use.
So just to add there, so this pre-benchmarked data is only for the top popular models. Because for like a custom model, we won't know what the model is, so we can't provide that. So, but we are offering a benchmarking toolkit as well, where customers can trigger a benchmarking job and get the similar metrics.
Yeah. So in this particular example, we will be using our LMI optimized configuration with a P4D instance type. So you can just run this get deployment config method to basically validate that everything looks correct. And there is, you probably notice some red color on the screen. It doesn't mean there is like errors or something is wrong. It's just some debug information, which, well, in the preparation to the session, we basically put a
warning.
Warning. Yeah, it's a new feature. And then you just basically, after the model builder class is ready, you just build the model, just one line of code, and another line of code, you just deploy it. In the interest of time, I pre-deployed the model because a model deployment takes about 5 to 6 minutes. But I can show you that model is deployed, and it returns the output. Yeah, here's the output from our model. A Meta Llama 3 7TB deployed on P4D using SageMaker draft model.
So you've abstracted away that specialized domain knowledge for speculative decoding into a single line of code?
Yep, pretty much.
I like it.
Well, 2 lines, of course.
2 lines of code. Sorry.
2 lines.
Should have said warning. This is awesome.
Okay. Second use case is to deploy the same model, but now we will be using the open source draft model.
Okay.
Well, some customers want to use their own draft models, and this use case is we will show how to do that. Same steps. We create a model builder class, and then we just run our optimization job. And in this optimization job, the model source, as you can see, is the Hugging Face Tiny Llama model.
Okay.
So we'll basically just using this model as our draft model.
Got it.
So, well, you have to supply your own token. I'm not going to show you my token. And same step, 2 lines, deploy, optimize, and deploy. And then you just basically run the prediction, and that's it. That's really simple.
Okay. Wow. That was very simple. It's probably the...
Okay, let me slightly complicated.
Okay, good. I'm ready for it.
Yeah. Well, right now we just showed you how to deploy the model. But what if you want to run some optimizations, right, before your deployment? We support two types of optimization. The first is quantization. And quantization, again, really quick, it's a technique to reduce the model size. Instead of using the full precision floating point numbers, we reduce them to half precision or even less than that.
Okay.
In this particular case, we will be using a technique which is called AWQ, activation weight quantization, and we will be reducing the numbers to 4 bits integer.
Okay.
So, well, you know what to do. You create a model builder class, and then you run optimizer job. This is the configuration that we want to employ AWQ quantization. At this time, we support AWQ quantization only, but it will be fast follow-up. We will obviously add another quantization methods going forward. You can also need to specify S3 location where the quantized model will be saved. So you just run it basically once, and then you can reuse this model going forward.
Okay.
This quantization job, this is a big model. So it can run for, well, close to an hour. So again, I pre-run it. When the job is running, you can monitor the progress of the job. If you go to the SageMaker Studio, inference optimization, and you can see all this quantization job. It was completed today, and if you click on it, it will show you some details about the job.
Oh. What kind of details am I going to see here in this job?
You can see the model source, what was the source of the model, log file which is available if you want to check what's going on, and also the path where model was saved, and the technique which we used, and some SageMaker environment variables, which, again, useful for debugging.
Yeah.
I think what's become clear to me is that the deep extensibility from day one, you're integrating with Hugging Face models, then you're integrating with model builder classes, and then you're already integrated in the SageMaker Studio. So we're reusing developer workflows that are already well known and understood, and making specific parts of the developer journey easier. That must have been the intent.
So I think that's the biggest problem that we heard from customers. Like, we know the model, we know the instance, but how do we make sure that the model runs well on that instance? How do I optimize it with the latest and greatest techniques in a simple way, right? Like, what we have done now is, like, you can quantize this model with 3 simple steps, right? Otherwise, earlier means you had to procure the hardware, understand which library to use, then figure everything out, right? So I think that's the biggest advantage with this particular feature.
Okay. And so after the quantization job is done, you can, again, just deploy it. And in this particular example, we will using a much smaller instance. Before that, we were using P4D, which is the, well, last to second generation of NVIDIA chips. And this is even a previous generation. Much cheaper instance, about like 6 times cheaper than the previous one. And because model is quantized, and then model is deployed. Again, it takes 5 to 6 minutes to deploy, and I can run prediction.
So you're able to quantify the savings easily in terms of my instance type hourly cost.
Yeah, absolutely. Very simple math. And this is the output. And finally, the last optimization which is available is to compilation of the model. As you probably know, we have our own, custom silicon neurons, and you can deploy a model. But when you're deploying the model on our custom silicon, model needs to be compiled. It can be done at the time of the deployment, but it takes time. So we basically created a mechanism to do it beforehand. And again, same step. I just want to, I know I probably sound like a broken record, but I really want to get this message across.
Model builder class.
Model builder class. Really simple. And create a model builder class and slightly different parameters. So you have some parameters there is we can provide a link to the documentation where these parameters are described. And again, deploy the model and run prediction. One thing to notice, don't forget to delete all your endpoints. You are not charged for the resources you are not using.
If you weren't going to say it, I was going to say
it. But this was Python SDK. So let me quickly show you how to do it in a UI.
Okay.
So I'm switching to SageMaker Studio, and I'm going to open the Jumpstart. In a Jumpstart, well, we have a list of different providers. We're going to stick with Meta in this example, same model, Llama 3 70B. And there is a new button, Optimize.
Aha.
If you click on Optimize, and well, you have to accept end user agreement, and then you have new options. You have a quantization option. If you click on it, it will provide, well, in the future, it will be dropped down different quantization techniques, or you can provide the speculative decoding.
Oh.
And again, you have a choice, SageMaker draft model, or use your own model. If you click SageMaker draft model, then you need to provide a path, and you can just click create a job.
So whether or not you're launching that downstream instance, you're getting the model artifacts that are optimized regardless.
Yep.
So you could bifurcate those two processes in the event you want to run it on a more constrained instance type in an edge computing environment, my world, for an example.
Exactly.
For example, yeah. And so the job is done because it was a really simple job just to apply speculative decoding. But I want to mention one more thing. Right here, we have evaluate performance. If you click on it, you have an option to create evaluation job, which will basically tells you how well your model is performing.
Okay.
So it's again, it's a new feature which we introduced, and it's basically a model evaluation feature. And evaluation output will be saved into some default bucket, and you can just evaluate it. Again, take some time to do it, so I'm not going to do it live, but yeah.
So what are the typical performance gains that can be expected when you are using speculative decoding?
That's a great question. So what we have seen based on our internal benchmarks is that for some of these popular models like Llama, Mistral, we are seeing up to 2x improvement in throughput and up to 50% reduction in cost per million tokens. Which is significant.
Yeah.
And this is the important key call out is that this is without any accuracy impact. Right? So you get the same accuracy, the same quality of your output without any impact. So that's the best part of speculative decoding. Quantization, again, you can deploy on a smaller instance, so you can save costs, but there is going to be some accuracy impact because you're using a lower data precision type. And that's why you can probably do some level of benchmarking to evaluate the performance. And compilation is something that you need today, but I think what we have done here and which really benefits customers is that we have put in infrastructure improvement through which customers can compile the model, generate the compiled artifacts, and then load it and cache it during deployment, right? Yeah. So that way it improves the overall experience and performance for the deployments.
Yeah. Oh, all right. So where can I go to learn more?
Yeah. So we have a What's New page for this particular launch, and we have a couple of blogs as well, which we can share.
Yeah. And I think we're dropping some links here in the chat, but one of those is on the AWS machine learning blog, which I love reading.
Yes.
Getting to see all of this stuff and see some of the demo information in there as well.
Yeah, we have two-part blog series. So in the first blog, we get into the high-level details, and then the second part, you can get into the details of like how to apply it through PySDK or through the UI.
Yeah, well, I look forward to seeing it, and hopefully, like I said, we're dropping those links into the chat, so you'll get some new viewership on that blog.
Awesome.
All right, great demo. It was wonderful to talk with you all and learn about this new feature that you can use with SageMaker Jumpstart. So congrats on the launch, and we look forward to seeing you back on AWS OnAir soon.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for hosting.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, and we will be back with more, so stay tuned. and welcome back to AWS On Air. I am Jasmine Kiles. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, and I'm joined by my co-host, AM.
Hey, I'm AM Grabelny. Nice to see you all again. I can't see you. You can see me. I'm a developer advocate here at AWS, and we are talking about some really cool new stuff going on with agents in Bedrock.
Excellent, yes.
Right?
Yes.
But first, please introduce yourself to the people, John.
Sure. John Baker. I'm a principal engineer with Bedrock, and specifically I work on agents for Bedrock.
Okay, let's start with that, John,
Okay.
if you don't mind. Before we jump into the new cool stuff that we were going to get into.
Sure.
Where does an agent fit into somebody working with Bedrock, right? I open up Bedrock. I'm exploring the foundation models. When am I going to start utilizing agents?
Yeah, excellent question. Excellent question. So agents, it's all about automating work for people. You give the agents your tools. The tools would be in the form of, say, your APIs. And then using those APIs, the agent will take a request, and it will break down that request into the individual tasks that will need to be done to fulfill that request. It could be calling the APIs, or it could be doing something else. In this case, we're going to be demonstrating one of the new features of agents, which is Code Interpreter. And but you can also add to your agents knowledge bases, which augments the agent with your external knowledge.
Okay.
Right. So now you can ground the answers that the LLM gives to your customers. Maybe if you're building, say, a chat interface.
Yes.
You're going to put that chat interface in front of the agent. And then the agent, rather than just having the LLM converse with the person, the agent is driving that conversation.
Okay.
And it can make use of external knowledge and knowledge bases, or it can make use of the tools to answer questions. Like tools could be your APIs like book reservation. Or since we're here in New York and Wall Street is actually just down the street, right?
You're right.
Maybe get stock prices.
Oh.
Or other portfolio and stock type APIs you might have. The agent then can take the user's request and figure out, okay, do I need to go and look in the knowledge base, or do I need to go and call one of these APIs?
Okay.
And the way it does that is it actually asks the LLM, hey, given these tools, given this knowledge base, what would be the next step to answering this question? And that's the user's question. And so then the LLM says, well, invoke this tool.
Okay.
And then the agent is that orchestrator which goes and invokes the tool.
Okay.
And then it takes and it invokes the tool, gets the response back, and it hands it back to the LLM and says, here was the original conversation that we had. Here's the tools you had. And here's the user's query. You told me to invoke this tool. Here was the answer of the tool. And then the LLM will then usually give the final answer after one or two tool calls, depending on how complex the query is, whether it's just one API call, one knowledge base call, or multiple calls.
Yeah.
It can break that down. So that's really what it's about. It's about automating work for people using the LLMs. And the great thing about agents is that the prompt engineering we do for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
Nice.
you don't have to go figure out, well, I want to use the latest version of the Claude model.
Yeah.
What is their updated guidance for doing the orchestration of tools? We do that for you.
Agents takes care of that.
Yeah. We work with the Anthropic team, and we have a large test set we work with, and we figure out, okay, what's given their guidance and our test data, what are the best prompts to use? And the great thing about agents is you can see our prompts. So if you want to see what the prompts that we use inside your agent, you can just go to Edit Agents, go down to the bottom. Advanced Prompts is one of the options, and you can see all those prompts.
Yeah.
I think that's a really the use case that you're going to walk us through here for your demo too. I think is illustrative as well in terms of understanding, at least for me, I think. And tell me where I'm wrong here, John, which might be a few places. But LLMs as they stand, they have certain capabilities when they're trained. you have access to those capabilities. Agents then allows you to extend those capabilities to some of these new areas. And with the Wall Street example specifically, right? LLM wasn't trained on prices today.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but
good point.
your API can retrieve the price for today.
Yeah, yeah. It can retrieve the prices. You give it a price API, it can retrieve them. We also have a new feature with Code Interpreter.
Okay.
That you can add files and then ask it to operate on those files.
Giving it context,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
only
Exactly.
extends the further capabilities that the LLM is able to achieve.
Yeah, yeah.
That's something. So I'm a developer, right?
Sure.
I write code. They tell me to stop, but I keep doing it. So I write code, and yeah, that's what I've found too. Sometimes with working with some of these LLMs, when working on it, is having the context around what you're doing really improves the results that I've personally seen, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
And that's true of literally us coding, right? As people, right? Like the more files, the more libraries I can actually see into, the more context, the better code I can write. So, makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I think you've hit on probably one of the best points about working with LLMs and working with Gen AI. Treat it like another human. In other words, if you're giving it a prompt and it's not doing what you want it to do, maybe show it to one of your coworkers. Say, hey, what would you do if I gave you these instructions?
Right.
And if they're confused, then likely that you need to simplify the prompt. Right. So one of the best pieces of advice, and this came from some of the Anthropic prompt engineers that we worked with. They said, treat it like another human. If a human would get confused, then likely the LLM would too.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about code interpretation.
Okay, yeah, excellent. Code interpretation is a new feature for agents. And what this does is, I know we've all done it. We've generated code with these models. And truly, I'm amazed at the amount of, the level of knowledge that it can apply to the code it generates and how accurate the code is.
Yep.
Now,
I've been impressed too.
Yeah, it doesn't get it right every single time.
Right.
But even when we initially had this idea and we ran a set of tests, say, how good are these models? We were just blown away by the initial results at how accurate the code was initially. So when you turn on code interpretation and you ask it to generate code, or you give it a problem in which it might want to generate code for, what it'll do is it'll generate the code, and then it will invoke a sandbox compute session.
Oh, interesting.
That's unique to your agent. It's secure.
Yeah.
And all it has access to is just what you've given it, which could be a file that you give it to, and it has access to the code that's generated by the LLM. And it executes that, and then we return the output. Even if it generates, say, a graph, which we're going to see here, I'll generate a graph, and it's going to return that, and then you can have access to that and the code it generated.
Wow.
So using our trace events, so with agents, at each step, each time we do something, whether that's we go to the model, or we execute an API, or we search a knowledge base, every time we send you a trace event because we use a streaming API. So we'll stream to you, hey, we're querying the database. Or we are generating code. So we'll send you the code, but we send it to that sandbox and we execute it. And that sandbox session will stay for an hour. And so you can continue to build on it. You can continue to say, hey, and you'll see maybe in some of my examples here how I refer to things previously, and I don't have to redefine those things.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. Is it specific to programming language? I imagine if you're executing code, you've probably got a limited set of programming languages.
Yeah, great question. Right now, we're doing Python for the preview.
Cool.
And we're giving n number of libraries, the most popular libraries out there.
Sure.
For Python, we looked at and we said, okay, well, which one of them would be good for the use cases that we've talked with customers on, which a lot of the customers are interested in this for, say, a data science
Yeah, I would
persona.
imagine that that makes a lot of sense.
So we include, a lot of the libraries that would be typical in a data science environment, and you'll see me make use of those here in the demo. And so we support Python, and as it evolves out past preview, you may see some other
a little
languages.
bit more.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I am on the edge of my seat, John.
Uh-oh.
I need to see this demo.
Okay. Well, now I don't know. I'm worried that I've oversold it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Let me start up. Make sure I have a good session here. Yep. So I've saved away some of my prompts.
Okay.
So let me just grab one of my prompts here. And what I'm going to do, I worked on Wall Street in the hedge fund world, and we used to generate random data all the time.
Okay.
Because we want to maybe study a particular phenomenon or say, what's the probability we would have achieved this type of return? Is this random chance or not? So we generate a random price series. So notice here, I'm going to tell it, I've created an agent. I've enabled Code Interpreter. That's the only tool it has.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, generate a random price series with a mean of 0.25 and standard deviation of 0.15, and create a scatter plot of the series. Okay. Let's run it. And I'm running this live. No video here.
Yeah.
That's true.
No video.
That is true. You were tempting fate here, I
Let's
believe.
see.
But I believe in you, John.
Yeah.
I haven't known you very long, but I believe. Can you make it a little bit larger? There we go.
Yeah, there we go. So,
this looks like a matplotlib
yeah, it is.
graph here.
It is.
Is it?
Hey, you really know your libraries.
I know a little Python. I'm more of a C# dev, John, but please don't hold it against me.
Okay. Well, let's go down and take a look here. If you want to see the code that was generated, you can go to our trace events.
There you go.
And we output a separate trace event for the code that's generated. So you notice here, you were right, matplotlib, look at that.
I see that it picked 42 as the seed for the random number generator, which of course is the answer to everything.
Yeah. Well,
us hitchhikers know.
See, it has that knowledge. The LLM has that knowledge. And then, so it generated the PNG file, and then we show it here. So that's interesting, but let's do a little bit more with this. Let's just create a histogram. Notice how I don't have to tell it now to what data series I want to run. It's just going to remember that.
That's true. So it's working off of the random data set that you just generated.
Yeah. So now look, it picks up on that previous memory.
Yeah.
And the code session is still alive. This is your sandbox. You get this sandbox
and
for this agent.
And you said that sandbox runs for how long?
It has a 1 hour time. Yeah.
Cool. So for an hour, I can just go in and prompt, and it's going to remember that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Wow.
And when you call in session, it's going to tear that down.
Okay.
But here, notice that it went ahead and it generated the histogram. And do you remember what the mean was? Because it should be centered around that mean. Test.
Uh-oh.
Well,
I didn't know there would be math.
See, it remembered. See, it remembered.
Can we ask?
It remembered, but yeah, it was 0.25.
Okay.
And look how it centers around 0.25.
That's true. Yeah. That's right
Okay.
there.
So playing with random data is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Sure.
But when you can pull in real data, that's even more fun, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, we've got some chats coming in.
Fantastic.
Somebody in chat wants to actually build an agent that can pull in daily metrics of customer usage and group them by different categories.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting.
You can ask it to do things like that. Ask it just like you would another human being. In fact, I see Sanjana on there, one of our moderators.
Yes.
She's one of the senior engineers that built this.
Oh, wow.
So
that's cool.
whatever answer she gives, that's going to be the right answer. I guarantee you that. Sabojit's on there as well. He's another one of our senior engineers that worked on this. So the best answers are definitely going to come from them. But yes, talk to it just like they requested it from us.
Right.
The way they phrase it exactly the same way to the agent.
Uh-huh.
So pulling in real data, not generating data.
Let's do
What do we got?
So here I can attach files.
Okay.
So notice I can choose files. And I'm gonna, I have SPY and the Qs. I'm just gonna go with SPY. I like to play around with the S&P 500.
Oh yeah.
So let's let's say, generate the percentage returns and create a histogram of this. Now I want to point something out here. The data that I'm giving it, we're not going to open up. We don't have time, but it's open, high, low, close.
Okay.
Just like a typical price series, right? But I didn't say give me the open, high, low, close, or give me the close. I said generate the percentage return.
Right.
So if I asked you generate the percentage return and I gave you the open, high, low, close, how would you do it?
No clue.
See?
Because
no,
I am...
no clue. Yeah,
Yeah.
You don't know, a lot of people don't have a background in finance, right?
I don't.
Yeah,
either.
yeah. So
I'm a lot of people.
So imagine you hire a dev, you are a hedge fund, you hire a dev, day one you ask them to do this. This seems like a pretty standard thing that you do, in a finance firm is plot this type of data, and you give them the data, and you say, hey, create the percentage returns. Now I have to explain to you how do you calculate the percentage returns given the open, high, low, close. But notice it knows how to. Watch this. So I go into the trace, and it created the percentage change off the close price. Notice that? That's exactly how you would do it.
Okay.
You would do close to close. So close day 2 minus close day 1 divided by close day 1.
Okay.
Or, alternatively, you could take the log of those two, but we won't get into the math behind that. But here, notice it knew that. It didn't ask.
Right.
So you get like this expert data analyst.
Because someone else has already trained the model.
Bingo. You're exactly right. See, that pre-training, that it's learned the language, it's seen data like this, so it knows when I'm asking for percentage changes,
right,
close to close. That's the most common one to use, right?
Okay.
So hey, and then we see, look at the history of the S&P returns there. This is the past year. It skews slightly positive, and usually, we ask an investment advisor. Now, this is not investment advice, just by the way.
I love the legal disclaimer.
Yeah, legal disclaimer, not investment advice.
Do not follow what John is about to say.
But notice how it skews positive. So S&P 500, generally a good idea to just buy and hold.
Right. It's a pretty stable.
And that's what you see. It centers around 0 because it's about even on positive and negative days, but you see it skew kind of positive there. So let's get even more complicated here, okay? Let's see how much better. I mean, the truth is, I just want to see if we can break it because this is live.
Yeah,
this is live.
That's
Let's
the
have
fun
some
part of being live.
Yeah. So now I'm going to say take that same data and create a 20-day rolling volatility.
Yep.
So in other words, I did buy and hold this. I want to know how much my ups and downs were.
Right.
Okay. Right? So volatility.
Create a little panic.
Yeah, exactly. Volatility would tell me, if I had bought and hold this, how much ups and downs do I have? So let's go ahead and run it. Now notice I didn't have to reattach the data. It's going to go ahead and remember it.
Okay.
So it's executing. It gets the rolling volatility. And it did something very, very interesting. It gives it in the explanation here. It says, I created this rolling volatility,
Standard deviation.
and I multiplied it by the square root of 252.
Mm.
Oh, and it did mess up. Look at that. It didn't plot it.
Yeah, there's no plots.
Oh, that's live for you.
Oh, did you also say plot this and plot this?
Yeah. We'd have to go back and inspect the code and see why. But it knew in order to take a standard deviation and scale it to a year.
It's not 365.
It's not 365. It's the square root of the number of business days.
Interesting.
I didn't have to explain that. It went ahead and did it, and it gave it in the explanation there. And if you go through the code, you'll see how it did it. Why it didn't plot? It worked 9 times out of 10 before I got up here. So it knew.
Yeah. It knew this was the time.
Yeah, it knew.
That's right, John.
So, but the great thing is, I can see the code and I can say, oh, okay, well, try this, boom, boom, boom,
right.
and it'll fix it. Or maybe even just telling it sometimes, hey, this isn't correct. I'm not seeing any lines. Go back and fix it.
Yeah.
It generally will find errors like that itself when you tell it what kind of errors you're getting. So these models are extremely intelligent. They just keep getting better when it comes to this code writing and just keep giving us great surprises. Yeah. The Claude 3 series of models, fantastic at this. 3.5, fantastic.
Yeah.
It just blows
the
you away.
execution to me too of the code actually executing is incredibly exciting as well for me. But John, we got just a couple seconds left. How do people get started? Just head on over to the agents in Bedrock.
Go to agents in Bedrock, create an agent, and when you create the agent, underneath the name and the instructions, there's going to be additional options. Code interpreter, just click on. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, John.
Well, thanks for the invite.
We gotta roll to the next segment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our live coverage here at the New York Summit. I am A.M. Grabelny. Boundaries. Lots of people tell me I don't have them. But we're going to be talking about guardrails here for Bedrock in just a minute, which does have boundaries. Jasmine, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Jasmine, and I am excited to be here.
Yeah, and Antonio, our guest, please tell the people about yourself.
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. So I'm Antonio Rodriguez. I work as a generative AI specialist solutions architect in AWS, part of the Bedrock team, the most popular team these days, right?
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
Everybody wants to be the Bedrock team these days.
That's right.
Very true, very true. We were actually, we played a game day earlier, Antonio, and I had built a portion that was meant to work with guardrails, and we didn't get to it.
Yep.
We ran out of time. So I'm really excited to get to learn about guardrails with you.
Awesome.
You want to tell us, first off, what are guardrails? What does that mean when you're talking about LLMs?
Sure, sure. And first of all, let's talk a bit about what is Bedrock also,
Sure.
right? Because maybe there is people that doesn't know. So Bedrock is, in simple words, in a quick sentence, the easiest way to build generative AI applications at scale, right? And the problem that we have with generative AI applications is that when you are building such applications, you normally have some challenges, right? And those challenges have to be with the fact that you have to control the outputs that those models are generating. And because of the way those models work, it's very hard to make sure that it's consistent in the outputs that it's getting. It's very hard to make sure that your users are not going to be asking about something that you don't want to answer to, that you want to keep the scope on the use case of your business and things like that, right? So at the end, you also have to be careful with the privacy of your users and the personal information that you have from your applications there. You have to be also careful with the toxicity, bias in the responses, not helping in harmful activities, these kind of things.
Yeah.
So at the end, guardrails for Amazon Bedrock is a very easy way to set up those controls. So safeguarding your application in an easy way, either with the AWS console graphically or programmatically using the Bedrock SDK.
We got some new stuff, though, right? We got some new stuff that was just announced, I believe. We're talking about the Apply Guardrail API today as well, and the contextual grounding check.
Absolutely.
Right, Antonio?
Absolutely.
You want to start with the API?
Sure.
Okay.
So first of all, until now, you have been using guardrails by connecting, let's say, with an invocation that you do with Bedrock, right? So normally what you have is something like this, where you have a user input, and that input is going through an inference in a model that we host in Bedrock. Then you are using an API like Invoke Model, Converse, which are the APIs that we have these days in Bedrock. And then that input and that output is evaluated in guardrails, right? And we evaluate through a number of filters that we're going to be seeing in a second. The new thing that we are launching today is actually that now you can independently call guardrails. That means that you can either pass an input only, or you can also bring an output from anywhere externally to Bedrock.
That's really interesting. So maybe I have a model in SageMaker, for example. I can still use the guardrail that I set up in Bedrock.
Oh.
And you can even test that before going to an invocation to an LLM. So you can have it as a chain step, let's say, where you basically want to test your data set only with the inputs, not doing the invocation because you want to save cost there, things like that, right? So definitely you can use it as an external mechanism of validation. And it's opening up for a whole brand new use cases that our customers can do now.
Okay. So in what scenarios would you want to use an independent Apply Guardrail?
So that's a bit of what I was saying before. So I would say the first one is definitely when you have a model that is external to Bedrock, right? So SageMaker was a good example. You could also be using any external platform, right? So whenever you have an input and an output, you can pass that through the Apply Guardrails and check it. The other scenario, again, is when you want to test your data set and validate your data set, and you don't want to invoke the model yet. And the final scenario is when you want to do some chaining. So imagine that in your company, you have like a default policy, a default guardrail that you are setting up, and then you want to have a second validation that is very specific to a use case, to a team, or something like that, right? So you can actually chain a second step by using the Apply Guardrail, where you are actually passing the inputs and the outputs, and then you do a new filter on a different policy that you are setting up for your use case, right? So I would say those are the three main use cases that we see.
Okay.
So moving on to the contextual grounding, right? So you gave a lot of examples around guardrails where I think it's pretty straightforward why you would want to avoid toxicity, bias, things like that.
Right.
But it's also not useful to have the LLM answering either with infactual or incorrect information or information that is just not relevant, right?
Yeah.
Is this what contextual grounding is around?
Yeah, and definitely that's one of the biggest pain points that we see in our customers these days, right? Because when you have, especially when you have set up what we call retrieval augmented generation, so when you have a RAG flow, so eventually you have your documents in your database in your company, and then you're passing some context from that to the LLM to answer a question. You might want to validate if the answer that the LLM is giving is actually factually correct based on the context, right? And also you want to validate if it's relevant, right? So is my answer actually answering the user questions in the first place, right? So if we quickly go to see how does this work, really what we have is two confidence scores that we're providing now with guardrails. One is called the grounding. The grounding is, in other words, what we said before, is the answer containing the context.
Okay.
And the other one is what we call the relevance, which is is the answer actually answering my question in the first place, right? And for both of them, you configure what we call a threshold score. And where the model is, let's doing a validation on each one of the inputs that the users are passing, and then if the score is lower than my threshold, then it's going to block that response and give a default message, like in example, I'm sorry, I don't have enough information for answering this question, and so on and so forth, right? That is combined with the other filters that we already had in Guardrails. So we have content filters, in example, where you can, with predefined filters, filter information or output or inputs that can be related to hate, to insults, sex, violence, misconduct. And one that is very interesting, which is prompt attacks, right?
Yeah.
So you can actually detect when some user is trying to, trick your system somehow, to expose information, to make the LLM answer something that it should not answer, etc. Right? So it's very important that you protect your brand by using these kind of filters.
Okay.
And we can also deny topics. In example, we could configure something for not giving financial advice, or for not responding about politics, whatever topic that you want to block in general in your chatbot. You can also mask and filter sensitive information, and you can also configure what we call word filters. In example, I don't want to do any mentions to the competitors of my company or things like that, right? So you can set a list of words that you can actually filter on, right? So actually, do you want to see a demo of this?
Jasmine,
Of
do we like
course.
demos around here?
Yeah, we love demos, and you're the first person to say, "Hey, do you want to see the demo?" Usually, like, let's get to the demo. We're ready. We need it. So yes.
One step forward. Okay, so let's see the demo. So it's very easy. So I'm going to be using the console, but again, all that we're doing, we can also do it programmatically using the SDK and the set of APIs, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to my Bedrock console here, and then you have the options in the left hand side of going to guardrails. And here, creating a guardrail is very simple, right? So it's just clicking here and following the wizard, where you can basically put a name, a description, and then you continue configuring the different filters that we have here.
Okay.
I'm going to do the magic of the kitchen here, and I have already a pre-configured guardrail. So in this case, we have a guardrail that is actually for an ophthalmology clinic. It is a fictional example. But in this case, as we can see, we have different filters that we can configure, right? So the first one that we have is the harmful categories that we mentioned before. So actually, you can see that we have here the hates, insults, violence, misconduct, as we said before. We also have the prompt attacks option. And all of those has a level of strength that you want to implement for each one of them, which means that how aggressive you want to be in that filtering, right?
Yeah.
Because sometimes the model might be not completely, confident that this is actually related to, I don't know, violence, sex, or whatever category we have there. So you might be, let's say, more or less aggressive in that filtering that you're doing, right? So this way you can control false positives or false negatives in the tool. Then after that, as we said before, here we have the options for denying topics, right? So denying topics is one of the most interesting. We could, in example, dive into this one, and we can see that we have here one for providing medical advice or diagnosis, right? And in this case, imagine that you are in this ophthalmology clinic. You definitely don't want to give a medical advice because the model is, let's say, not ready for that, or because legally you cannot do that, right? So it should be a doctor saying that. So you can you have a purpose that is different. In example, to book appointments for the clinic, things like that. So you definitely don't want to answer to these kind of questions like in the examples, right? So with kind of eye drops I should be using, etc., etc. You can also set up a guardrail the other way, which is an example discussing anything non-related to ophthalmology medical conditions. In example, if the user is asking about how to manage the diabetes or a back pain or whatever, right? So in this case, you definitely don't want to answer because it's not the purpose of your business, right? So in this case, you can also give a response, a default response for that, right? So at the end, you configure these kind of filters. You can set up profanity filters that are built in also. You can configure PII masking and blocking. So in example, you have a number of PII fields here that you can set up, like the email, the address, the age, social security number, financial information, etc., etc. So you have here information for the US, for Canada, for the UK, etc. And if you have any kind of information that is personal that is not included in the list, then you can also set up a regex-based filtering. So actually using regex syntax, you can include anything else. And imagine that we are working with another country that is using a different format for the IDs or for the social security number or whatever. So you can definitely set it up here and then also configure masking or blocking as you want. And finally, we have here the contextual grounding check, which is the new feature that we talked about before, right? So here is where you actually enable it or disable it, and then you set up your thresholds and so on and so forth. Then you also have the block messaging, right? So what is the message that you want to give to the users when we are blocking one of the inputs that they are doing or one of the outputs that we are giving from the model, right? So you can actually set it up differently. In example, if you're blocking the input, then you give a message, and then if the message that is coming from the model is not something that you want to show, you can also show something different, right? So this is, let's say, a way to give an educated refusal to the request of the user, right? So let's make some testing based on that. I have some prompts here so that we can play around. And the nice thing is that here directly in the console, we can actually test it, right? So as you can see, we have a test panel there. We can select a model. From here, I'm going to choose Haiku just because of the simplicity. And here I have a field for setting my prompt. We'll probably put this a bit smaller there. And then I can directly run my prompt. In this case, I can see that it's directly giving me a response that is rejecting, right? So I apologize, I'm not able to provide information that you're looking for because I'm asking in this case for a medical advice, right? So my eyes are red, I'm feeling itchy, what drops should I use for this, and so on and so forth, right? And then we can see the details of the trace where actually it said that there is a denied topic, which is the providing medical advice, and it is the test result that was not passing the prompt, right? The response was giving no action because we already blocked at the prompt, right? So that's in milliseconds, I'm giving this interaction really, right? If I ask about anything else like I have an stomach ache or something like that, it will definitely give a similar response, right? So
under the other denied topic, which was unrelated medical.
Exactly.
That are eye problems, basically.
Exactly. So you are following, and I'm happy for that. So
are these categories the same when you're using the apply guardrail API? Are you getting the same violations?
All the same. Actually, what we are doing here is testing in the console only the guardrail standalone, right? So we could be using it with invoke model, with converse if we are using Bedrock, or we could be using it with apply guardrails if we are using an external one.
And you'll get a similar result.
The model is the same, and the results that you should be getting obviously depends on the response of the LLM, but yeah, the guardrail is the same in general, right? And then let's do a testing for the PII masking, right? Which is another use case that for our customers is super important. So let's imagine that here I have information in a prompt where the user is giving me the social security number of in Canada, in this case, which is the simulation that we are doing here. So in this case, what I'm going to be having in the response is that there is no action in my prompt because it's not violating any of my policies here. But definitely, I'm going to see that if it's giving a response that is including my social security number, then it is going to be masking the social security number from Canada that I'm actually passing here, right? So the format that is specific to the social security number from Canada, right? So it will basically mask that in my response directly from the information that I have in the prompt.
Okay.
Now, let's try to see a bit about the contextual grounding. In the contextual grounding use case, what I have is that I can actually pass a context, right? So here I have an additional field that I have been not using yet, which is a reference source. It's an optional field that I have here in the console and in the API. And I can pass, in example, I'm pasting here some policies of my clinic, right? So in example, you work in Dr. Tane's ophthalmology clinic. These are the patient care policies, right? So appointment scheduling, I have the check-in procedure, examination protocol, technology integration, senior care initiatives, and so on and so forth, right? And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be asking questions to see if it's actually, let's say, grounded and relevant, right? So, an example, I'm going to be asking about the procedure, right? So in this case, I'm asking a procedure. I'm not even able to pronounce that.
I was gonna say,
I'm sorry, but it's a blepharoplasty. So in this case, you can see that it is actually answering, right? So the model normally, in this case, Claude 3 Haiku, is actually explaining what is the procedure, but is that answer really grounded on the context that I have on the patient's policy? Well, it's not, right? So it has nothing to do with the context that I have there. So it's basically giving me a grounding score of 0.14 in this case. As my threshold is higher, it will basically block the response, and my final response to the user is going to be, I apologize, but I'm not able to provide the information you're looking for, right? Because in this case, I really don't want the model to be used for that, right? Another example I could be using is, are your prices high, in example? So I want to see if, is this an expensive clinic? So in this case, again,
when you're going to Dr. Tanya, you're paying for the best.
Yeah, you want quality, right?
Of course, yeah. I know Dr. Tanya.
So in this case, the model is giving a response, and obviously that response is guessing, right? Because at the end, the policies are not talking about the prices at all, right? But the model is going to guess, because that's what an LLM is going to try to do. It's trying to help answering the question anyway, right? So it's going to say, well, no, the clinic doesn't have high prices, etc. But actually, that is not an information that I have in my context. So once again, the grounding score is very low, so it's going to block my response. So it's going to say, I apologize, but I'm not able to provide this information. And the other example we can see is what happens if I ask a question that is definitely not relevant. Like an example, I'm going to be simulating a user that is asking here, what is the best car to buy, right? So something that doesn't have anything to do with my clinic or with the topic that I have
I
here,
asked
right?
my eye doctor that, actually.
So in this case, what you see is that, again, in this case, is the relevance score that is low. So actually, 0.72, I had it in 0.7. So in this case, it should be blocked if we put it in 75, in example, right? But it's definitely the relevance to the question that I'm asking is not related. Why? Because the response of the model is actually that I'm sorry, but I cannot provide that information, right? Because the model is instructed by us to say only respond to the ophthalmology topics and so on and so forth, right? So you can see that actually the relevance is not high, right?
Yeah. So I have a question. What regions is this available in?
So the good news is that you have this available in all the regions where we have guardrails, right? So basically, right now we have it in all the regions in the U.S., North Virginia and Oregon, right? So the two regions where we have Amazon Bedrock already, and it's also available in Europe and the other regions. So where we have already Bedrock and where you have guardrails available, the new features are there. So it's just new filters that you have available in the platform.
And it looks like, I don't want to speak for you, Antonio, but the best way to get started is just to come into guardrails and start testing out your guardrails as you create them.
Definitely. And also look for the documentation and look for the blog posts that we have published where you have a lot of information.
Wonderful. I think they'll probably be dropping some links, I'm sure. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us, Antonio.
Thank you.
Jasmine, always great to be on stage
a pleasure.
with you. But we will be right back with the wrap-up of the day. So stick around. We want to see you there.
Do they want us on that side or this side? welcome back to AWS On Air. We are live at the AWS Summit in New York City. It is our final time of the day. I'm Jasmine Kiles, one of your hosts here. We've been with you all throughout the day, and I'm joined by all of these other fabulous hosts.
Me? Am I a part of that?
Not necessarily.
About half of you are fabulous. I won't say which half.
You'll let us decide which half?
You decide.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
There is a ranking, and she will post it later on her LinkedIn.
Ooh, that's rough.
Woof, that's terrible. I am
yeah, good
AM
idea.
Grabelny. I'm gonna move on from this negativity. I'm bringing positivity back.
That's fine.
We're all incredible people on this. I just pulled this off. I don't know what it does.
We have fun.
Hi, I'm AM. I've been here a lot of the day. I'm a developer advocate. I really enjoyed our time today with you. Thank you for joining us. Gigi?
Yes. Hey everyone, my name is Gigi Behringer. I'm one of your hosts here today and on our show on Friday, so tune in. Woo! I've had so much fun today learning about our new launches, hanging out with you all. It's just been awesome. I think we have some special surprises left, and I'm really excited about them.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead, Adrian?
Yeah, would love to. Hey everyone, thanks for hanging out. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect, a part-time host, longtime pizza lover, and I've got to say, this whole time that we've been here, I have yet to get a proper New York pie, and I would love to take any recommendations.
Sbarro.
Quality. That's quality right there.
Ooh. Well, I've got a solution for you, Adrian. I make your dreams come true. And for all you tuning in, thanks for tuning in all day. Robbie Belson, Senior Developer Advocate. But today, I'm Pizza Guy. What? I got you a little gift. Compliments
of the chef?
Of the glorious city. We don't need this.
Wow.
Look at this.
Wow.
Wow. Said you want a pizza.
He brought a pizza.
Ooh.
It's empty.
No,
No, there's definitely pie in
There's
here.
one slice.
There's one piece left. Jasmine, they ate the whole pizza while we were
It's for
working.
you guys to split.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You and I were working, and they ate the
We'll
pizza.
go get our own pizza. I hope you all enjoyed it.
I've got to say, this is missing one thing.
Yeah?
A little bit of something to kick it up a notch.
A little New Yorker touch? Oh, nope, not at all.
Wow.
We're going to do this. I'm sorry.
You're just going to go straight on
I'm just going to go straight on it.
You don't want to cut it up or anything?
No.
Okay.
I'm just going to squash it on
You
the table,
won't. You
squeeze
won't
it on.
take a bite.
Okay.
Take a bite of the pineapple as is?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
No, I'm not that young anymore.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Well,
Wow.
I'm curious, as you get snacking, Jasmine, what was your favorite part of today?
The person in the comments that just said LOL
Divorce.
divorce.
I hope,
that's
I
my
hope
wife.
you,
Straight up,
I hope
that's
you
my
three
wife.
have a good attorney, because
Yeah.
you'll be hearing from
So-
mine.
So what you're saying is your wife says that pineapple does not go on pizza.
She says pineapple does not go on a lot of things.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, in the chat, let us know.
Fair,
Does
yeah.
pineapple go on pizza?
We want to know.
Sure. What was your favorite part of
What
your
was
day
your
today?
favorite part of
My
your day?
favorite part of the day was we got to integrate Bedrock into AWS Game Day, and
Nice.
like AM finally let me get some points.
We
This
got
is like-
points. We got a
finally.
lot of points.
You did well.
We got a lot of points because if
You know
you've
why?
been watching us, we have the right people on stage. If you've been
I was going to say Gunnar Gross wasn't here. Yeah.
if you've been watching us, we've done this 3 times. We had a couple other summits. We were at Reinforce. We've been playing Game Day. One of the times we got no points at all because there was just a lot of talking. Okay.
Yeah. Was it me? That time wasn't me.
But that was my favorite part of the day. Other than that, getting to talk to Bayer's crop science team. That was really cool, getting to see how they're using generative AI to solve food scarcity problems and also
So cool.
sustainability. Just
That is
icing on the cake for me.
That's cool.
the cake of game day points.
I would put pineapple on a cake.
Solving
The
hunger.
pineapple upside down cake?
There you go.
Okay.
Fair. What about you, AM?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, not you. The other.
The other AM.
Who's
Yeah.
under-
He's
the
he's-
mini AM.
He's not with us
He's not with-
any longer.
Is he in the room?
Can you see AM?
The robot version of you
Mine
in a chia pet.
was the friends we made along the way.
Aww.
That's
nice.
the real treasure. What
okay.
about you, Gigi?
All right. Well, not that sweet. My
right.
favorite part was the launch of AWS App Studio
Yeah?
that Adrian and I learned about. You can launch a whole app just by putting a prompt into a chat now. and it'll build the whole infrastructure for you on serverless, and then let you borderline do drag and drop on the UI. And then if you want it to, you can use the pipelines they provide you to launch it into your environment. So they have this whole new path towards modernizing your apps as a business or creating new apps just completely from scratch and solving those problems using generative AI on the back end to make assumptions about maybe what test data you might need and then also what you might want it to look like.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
And a drag and drop. Yeah?
Drag and drop, like
You were
Dragon
saying
Tails.
Dragon? Yeah.
And there's also Dragon Tails in the app.
Wow.
And it's a throwback from my youth.
Yeah.
So it brings me joy. What about you?
Mr. Pineapple.
Mr. Pineapple. Well, we're talking about Dragon Tales, and I'm going to roar right back to the top, okay? So my favorite thing, I really did like the drag and drop nature of App Studio. You know, selfishly, I like to take all of the things that hide amongst the cobwebs and 90s pop culture trivia in my head, get that institutional knowledge out, get it in the hands of people that need it, that can learn from it, benefit, grow, contribute. That way, you're no longer the fragile artifact, the choke point, the bottleneck, whatever cliche you choose to use. And it helps me in my selfish mission of cloning myself and building that bot that everybody has been trying to build for like the last 8 years called Yo Adrian, where you go ask it, you don't have to ask me. No matter what, I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna be brought back to, but the whole idea is taking that power, that knowledge, the lessons and best practices and friends we learned along the way, putting it into a nice little package where anybody without the history of everything can go through, build it, and ask the questions, and then iterate and grow, and then share it out. That's huge. I think operations, I think IT development shops, even just running through a run book and knowing what to do without needing 20 years of experience, it's an equalizer.
It's a huge win.
It's big.
We saw that also with the Q developer integrated into the Jupyter notebooks for Bedrock.
That's right. Maybe I can be a
for SageMaker
data engineer now.
Specifically.
You can be anything you want,
You
AM.
can
If
be
you
anything
believe.
I believe in you.
Which I
anything you
don't.
dream.
Believe in myself.
Robbie,
But
what about
Q
you, man?
developer does.
Yes.
I think I got two highlights. I think you're talking builder tools reducing barriers to entry, and I think from a builder tools perspective, you look at the SageMaker workflows today getting even easier. As you think about optimizing models, it can be expensive, it can be complex, and now we have an inference optimization toolkit, making things simple, abstracting away techniques like speculative decoding, compilation, and quantization. Say that 5 times fast.
Nope.
No.
Nah. But my favorite
Don't have
activity
to.
today. This pizza required AM to run all around the Javits Center to try to find it, and he didn't have the wayfinding app to know where the bicyclist had the pizza, and he still found it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I also
You know what we call that? Delivering results.
That is what we call delivering results. And dive deep.
Yeah. I
You
also
dove
have,
deep into deep dish.
I write a lot.
I've got massive social anxiety too, so it also required me to talk to a person I didn't know, which is a huge step.
It's a big step.
You can ask all of my
true.
friends and family. They're like, he doesn't speak
How
to
far
anyone.
you've grown today.
I know. Robbie, was this your debut?
This
at a live event?
Debut at a live event indeed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. I was going to say
amazing.
friends I made along the way, but it's more friends at the beginning of the journey.
Yes.
Doesn't sound as nice.
It's not quite as smooth, but you did bring us pizza.
You did.
So we would like you, and it worked.
I'd like to. This is my interview to come back. See me in 2025 question mark.
Did not work for Jasmine.
Oh, no.
Jasmine's bitter. No
Yeah,
pizza.
How much of the pizza did you get, Jasmine?
0 slices.
Oh, me
You know
too.
why? Because I was up here working.
Oh, that's right. We were working.
Not bitter.
I
Not
forgot.
bitter.
Somebody's got to be on the stage, don't they?
We need an adult up here at all times. That's really what it is.
Well, that's why Jasmine was there. I can't.
That is why Jasmine was there. Just keeping the ship upright and moving forward.
That's true. Speaking of,
Just like a friendship.
Well, all right, y'all.
we're out of time.
It is 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yes, it is.
And
Nice.
we're signing
5 o'clock
off.
here.
Stay tuned for our regular Friday shows and all of our AWS On Air shows throughout the week. You won't see us live until November, but get registered for reInvent because we can't wait to see you in Vegas.
Take the survey.
Please.
Always.